Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened that night in Scotland. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, and I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. This was 3 years ago, when I went to visit my older brother who had moved to rural Scotland about 5 years earlier. I'm not normally one to get spooked easily. I'm 30, I've travelled a lot, seen weird stuff before. But this was different. My brother lives in this little stone cottage about 20 minutes outside the nearest proper village. It's beautiful but isolated. Rolling hills, ancient stone walls dividing fields, narrow winding roads that seem to lead nowhere. The kind of place where you can drive for half an hour without seeing another car or person. During the day, it's picturesque, but at night, without streetlights, it gets pitch black in a way city people like me aren't used to. I was staying for a week in early October. The weather had been typical Scottish autumn. Some rain, some sun, always windy and chilly. My brother wanted to show me around the area, so on my third day there we decided to drive to a nearby town for dinner and a few pints at a local pub he liked. We left around 5 in the evening. It wasn't fully dark yet, but the light was fading fast, that weird twilight time when shadows get longer and your eyes play tricks on you. My brother was driving his old Volvo, and I was in the passenger seat. The heater was on full blast because it was getting cold outside, and we were chatting about nothing important, catching up on family stuff, his work, my recent breakup. The roads there are incredibly narrow and twisty, hedgerows and stone walls right up to the edge, blind corners everywhere. We were on a particularly remote stretch near a place my brother called King Gussie. I think that's how it's spelled. I remember asking him about the weird name, and he said it was just what locals called that area. That's when I first saw it. At first, I thought someone had put up a scarecrow or Halloween decoration by the roadside. As we got closer, I realized it looked like a mannequin wrapped in fairy lights. It was on the left side of the road as we approached, just standing there, completely motionless. "What the hell is that?" I said, pointing. My brother slowed down slightly as we passed it. "What's what?" "That figure with the lights on it." As we got closer, I realized it wasn't standing. It was mounted on a bicycle. And what I had thought were fairy lights were actually LEDs, woven into what looked like a high-visibility vest, the kind cyclists wear for safety. But something was off about it. The figure was unnaturally tall and thin, perched on the bicycle but completely still, not moving an inch, not pedaling, not swaying with the wind, just fixed in place. And it was facing our direction of travel like it was watching us approach. I couldn't make out a face. That's what bothered me most. Where the face should have been was just, I don't know how to describe it. Not darkness exactly. More like a blur or a smudge. Like when you take a photo and someone moves and their face gets all distorted. "That cyclist there," I said, pointing more emphatically as we passed it, the one in the reflective gear. My brother glanced over quickly, then back to the road. "Oh yeah, weird place to stop. Dangerous too." We drove past it and I turned in my seat to look back. It remained perfectly still, not turning to follow our car with its gaze or anything, just frozen in place. I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Have you seen that before?" I asked my brother. "No," he replied, "but there are plenty of cyclists around here during tourist season. Might be someone taking a break." But there was no movement, no sign that it was a person resting, just that unnaturally still figure perched on a bicycle. "Can you remember where exactly this spot is?" I asked him. "For when we drive back later?" He gave me a puzzled look. "Sure, it's just after the stone bridge near that crooked oak." "Why?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "Something about it just feels weird." My brother laughed. "You always were the imaginative one. We continued to the pub, had dinner, a few drinks. I tried to enjoy myself. But that image of the motionless figure kept popping into my head. It was just so still, so unnaturally still, and why couldn't I make out its face? We stayed longer than planned. The pub was cozy with a fire going, and my brother ran into some friends. By the time we left, it was completely dark, around 11 at night. No moon, just endless stars overhead when we stepped outside. The kind of darkness you only get in truly rural places, where it feels like it has physical weight to it. The drive back was quiet. I think my brother could sense my unease, because he didn't try to make conversation. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating just a small section of road ahead of us, the hedgerows and stone walls creating perfect black shadows beyond. As we approached the area near King Gussie, I found myself sitting up straighter, straining my eyes to see through the darkness. I remembered the stone bridge my brother had mentioned, and when we crossed it, I knew we were close. "It should be coming up on the right now," I said, leaning forward in my seat. "Left, you mean?" my brother corrected. "It was on the left when we were coming from the house." "Right, yeah. So it would be on the right now that we're going the opposite direction," I said. The headlights swept across the landscape as we rounded a bend, and there it was. Except it wasn't on the right side of the road, it was on the left again, still facing our direction of travel, still completely motionless on that bicycle, which meant it had moved. It had somehow crossed the road and turned around to face us again, or there were two identical figures. "What the fuck?" I whispered. "It's on the wrong side." My brother slowed down, and I could feel him tense beside me. "What are you talking about?" "The cyclist," I said, not taking my eyes off the figure as we approached. "It's on the left again. It should be on the right, if it's in the same spot as before." "Maybe it's a different one," my brother suggested, but his voice had lost its earlier confidence. As we got closer, I tried to get a better look at it. The LED lights in its vest were bright in our headlights, creating an eerie glow, but somehow, even as we drove right past it, I couldn't get a clear view. It was like my eyes couldn't quite focus on it properly. I could see the bicycle, the thin limbs, the vest, but the details were somehow just out of reach of my comprehension, and it remained completely still. Not a single movement, not even the subtle sway you'd expect from someone trying to balance on a stationary bicycle. Nothing. "Did you see its face?" I asked my brother as we passed it. He didn't answer immediately. We were both quiet as the figure disappeared from view in our rear window. Then he pressed his foot down on the accelerator, and the car lurched forward with sudden speed. "No," he finally said, his voice tight. "I couldn't see a face." We drove the rest of the way in silence. The normally beautiful countryside now seemed oppressive, full of hidden threats. Every shadow looked like it might contain another motionless figure waiting to be illuminated by our headlights. When we finally reached my brother's cottage, we both sat in the car for a moment after he turned off the engine. The silence was heavy between us. "That was weird, right?" I finally asked. "It wasn't just me?" My brother nodded slowly. "Yeah, that was weird." We went inside, and I helped him lock up, checking all the doors and windows twice, even though we're both grown men, me 30 and him 40. I found myself reluctant to go to the spare bedroom at the end of the hall. "Can I started, feeling ridiculous. "Would you mind if I crashed on your floor tonight? That spare room is freezing." It was a lame excuse, but I couldn't bring myself to admit I was scared. To my surprise, my brother seemed relieved. "Yeah, sure. I've got a spare mattress in the closet." That night, lying on the floor of my brother's room, listening to him breathe, I couldn't get the image out of my head. The unnaturally still figure, the way it had somehow moved to be facing us again on our return journey. The fact that neither of us could clearly see its face. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those LED lights glowing in the darkness. The next morning, over coffee, we tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a road safety mannequin. Maybe there were two identical safety displays on opposite sides of the road. Maybe it was just a cyclist taking a break, and we happened to pass another one in the same spot on the way back. But neither of us believed these explanations. There was something fundamentally wrong about what we'd seen, something that defied logical explanation. For the rest of my visit, we avoided that stretch of road completely, taking a longer route to get to town. We never discussed it directly again, though I could tell it was on both our minds. I've been back to visit my brother several times since then, and we've never gone near King Gussie after dark. I've tried researching local legends or stories about the area, but found nothing that would explain what we saw. To this day, I still get a chill when I think about it. What was it? Why couldn't we see its face? How did it move without actually moving? And why did it fill us both with such inexplicable dread? I don't have answers. All I know is that something was watching us on that road that night. Something that looked human but wasn't. Something that could move without moving, and the thought that it might still be there, perfectly still on its bicycle, waiting for the next car to pass by, keeps me up at night even now. Mucker Sit, Story 2. I still can't sleep well some nights, even though it's been 8 months since our backpacking trip in the Sierra Nevada. I've been hiking and camping for over 15 years, but nothing prepared me for what happened last summer. My friends Jake and Mia and I had been planning this trip for months, a 7-day trek through some of the most beautiful wilderness in California. We're all experienced backpackers, but experience doesn't matter much when you're face to face with a wild animal protecting her young. The first 4 days of our trip were perfect. We'd hiked deep into the backcountry, following trails that took us past alpine lakes so clear you could count the pebbles at the bottom. The weather held steady, warm days and cool nights, and we hadn't seen another human for the last 2 days. There's something magical about being that disconnected from civilization, where your biggest concern is filtering water and making sure you've got enough trail mix. By day 5, we were starting to feel the strain of carrying our packs up and down mountain passes. We decided to hike down to a more established campground near Crystal Falls, this gorgeous 60-foot waterfall that's somewhat of a landmark in the area. I remember thinking it would be safer there. You know, a designated camping area, fire rings already built, maybe even other hikers nearby. We were so wrong. We arrived at the campground around 4 in the afternoon. There were signs of previous campers, a forgotten tent stake here, an old fire pit there, but no one else was around. It seemed perfect. We found a flat spot about 100 feet from the creek, far enough away that we wouldn't contaminate the water, but close enough to hear the soothing sound of rushing water while we slept. Jake set up our ultralight tent, while Mia and I collected firewood and prepared dinner. Let me tell you something about backpacking that most people don't realize. You become obsessed with food. After hiking 8 to 10 miles a day with a 30-pound pack, your body craves calories like you wouldn't believe. We'd packed dehydrated meals, energy bars, nuts, dried fruit, all high-calorie, lightweight stuff. But man, does it smell when you're cooking it. We knew we were in bear country. The ranger at the station had warned us there had been increased bear activity that season, particularly a mother and 2 cubs who had been spotted several times. We did everything by the book. We stored our food in bear-resistant canisters, placed about 100 yards from our tent. We cleaned our cooking gear immediately after eating and stored it with the food. We even left the zippers on our backpacks open so that if a curious bear did come snooping, it could investigate without destroying our gear. After dinner, we sat around our small campfire, talking quietly and watching the stars emerge. The mountains have the clearest night skies I've ever seen. You can see the Milky Way stretched across the darkness, like someone spilled sugar across black velvet. As the temperature dropped, we decided to turn in around 10 o'clock. Our tent was tiny, a 3-person ultralight that's really more comfortable for 2, but we squeezed in together for warmth. Jake was on one side, I was in the middle, and Mia was on the other side. I dozed off quickly, exhausted from the day's hike. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. Something had disturbed me. At first I thought it was just Mia turning over or Jake snoring, but then I heard it, shuffling, deliberate, heavy shuffling coming from outside the tent. My first thought was that maybe it was another hiker arriving late, but deep down I knew. The sound was too heavy, too methodical. It wasn't human. My body went rigid. I didn't want to wake Jake and Mia if it was nothing, maybe just my imagination or a raccoon. But then I heard snuffling, that unmistakable sound of a large animal scenting the air. I reached over and gently shook Jake's shoulder. His eyes snapped open immediately, and I pressed my finger to my lips. He understood instantly. I turned to wake Mia, but she was already awake, her eyes wide with fear in the dim moonlight filtering through the tent fabric. The shuffling came closer, circling our tent. We all lay perfectly still, barely breathing. Then, I'll never forget this moment as long as I live. Something bumped against the side of the tent, right against my back. Not hard, but deliberate, testing. It was a bear, and not just any bear. I was certain it was the mother bear with cubs that the ranger had warned us about. I could feel the heat radiating through the thin nylon of our tent. I could smell her, a wild, musky odor that filled my nostrils and sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure she could hear it. I was afraid to move, afraid to breathe. Then I felt it, the rough scrape of fur and claws against the tent as she shifted position. She was literally inches away from me, separated only by a millimeter of fabric that would offer absolutely no protection if she decided to investigate further. In that moment, I had never felt so vulnerable in my entire life. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long we lay there, frozen in terror. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that a 1,000-pound wild animal with cubs, the most dangerous kind of bear encounter possible, was right outside our tent, and one wrong move could be fatal. I remembered the ranger's advice. If a bear approaches your tent, stay quiet. Don't run, don't scream. Bears usually aren't interested in humans. They want your food. But knowing that intellectually, and believing it when there's just a thin sheet of nylon between you and a wild predator, are two very different things. Finally, the bear moved away. We heard her shuffling toward where we'd stored our food. Jake whispered, barely audible, "She's going for the bear canisters." We knew bear canisters are designed to be impossible for bears to open, but that doesn't mean they won't try, and a frustrated bear can be even more dangerous. We looked at each other, and without speaking, we knew what we had to do. The ranger had also told us that making loud noises can scare bears away. They generally don't want confrontation with humans unless they feel threatened. Slowly, carefully, Jake reached for his backpack where he'd stored a small metal pot and a spoon. Mia did the same. I didn't have anything metal within reach, so I just prepared myself to make as much noise as possible. On Jake's silent count of 3, we erupted into action. They banged their pots as hard as they could, and I clapped and shouted. The sudden cacophony after the tense silence was jarring. For a terrifying second, I wondered if we'd made a terrible mistake. What if the noise angered her instead of frightening her? We heard a startled huff, then the sound of heavy movement crashing through underbrush. She was running away. We kept up the noise for another minute or so, wanting to make sure she was well and truly gone. When we finally stopped, the silence of the night seemed even more profound. We sat there, shaking with adrenaline and relief. "Do you think she's gone?" Mia whispered. "For now," Jake replied, "but we need to stay alert. She knows we're here, and she knows there's food." None of us suggested going back to sleep. We sat in that tent, wide awake, jumping at every sound. I kept imagining I could hear the bear returning, but it was just the wind in the trees or small nocturnal animals. As the hours crawled by, We whispered about what to do at dawn. We decided we'd pack up as quickly as possible and hike out, even though we'd originally planned to stay another night at this spot. None of us wanted to risk another encounter. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten when we heard rustling again, closer this time and from multiple directions. Jake carefully unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. "She's back," he whispered, his voice tight. "And the cubs are with her." My blood turned to ice. A mother bear with cubs is unpredictable and fiercely protective. The ranger's warnings echoed in my head. The most dangerous bear in the forest is a mother protecting her young. We could hear the cubs making small grunting sounds as they explored our campsite. The mother was between us and the trail out, cutting off our escape route. We started making noise again, banging pots and yelling. The mother bear woofed sharply, and we heard the cubs scrambling away, but the mother didn't run this time. She stood her ground, huffing aggressively. "She's not leaving," Mia said, her voice trembling. We kept up the noise, hoping to scare her off, but she remained. We could hear her pacing back and forth between us and the trail. The sky continued to lighten. Eventually, we could see her through the mesh window of our tent, a massive brown shape moving between the trees. She would pause occasionally to look directly at our tent, and in those moments I felt like prey. After what seemed like forever, she finally moved away, calling to her cubs with a low rumble. We waited another 30 minutes before daring to exit the tent. The campsite showed signs of her visit. Our backpacks had been investigated, though not damaged since we'd left the zippers open as advised. One of our bear canisters had been rolled about 50 feet away, scratched but intact. We packed up in record time, barely speaking, constantly scanning the trees for any sign of the bears. The hike out was tense. Every snap twig or rustle in the underbrush had us freezing in our tracks. We didn't stop for breaks or to enjoy the scenery. We just wanted to get back to civilization. It wasn't until we reached the ranger station that afternoon that I felt like I could breathe normally again. The ranger wasn't surprised by our story. Apparently, that mother bear had been growing increasingly bold over the summer, approaching campsites more frequently. They were considering closing that particular campground until the bears moved on to another area. That night, safe in a motel room with solid walls, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the bear bumping against my back through the tent wall. I could smell her wild scent. I could feel her presence. It's been 8 months now, and I still wake up sometimes, heart racing, convinced I hear shuffling outside my bedroom. The mountains are beautiful, but they're not a theme park. They're wild, and they're home to creatures that are just trying to survive, same as us. I've gone camping since then, but I've never been able to fall asleep easily in a tent. I don't know if I ever will again. Story 3. I still don't know what I heard that day on Doreen Lake. It's been almost 7 months, and I haven't gone fishing alone since. I've been coming to the Okanagan for over 15 years. My grandfather had a little cabin about 20 minutes from the lake. After he passed, I kept going there, especially during summer. The cabin isn't much, but it's quiet, and the fishing has always been incredible. Doreen Lake isn't on most maps. It's tiny compared to Okanagan Lake and tucked away behind logging roads that most tourists wouldn't bother with. The lake is surrounded by dense forest with only one dirt access road, and you rarely see another soul out there. That's why I loved it, just me, the water, and the mountains. That day started like any other fishing trip. I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, made coffee, packed my gear, and drove the 20 minutes to the lake access point. The morning air was crisp but not cold. Mid-August in BC is perfect weather. The sky was clear, and there wasn't even the slightest breeze. I remember thinking it was going to be a good day. I loaded my small dinghy with my tackle box, cooler, life jacket, and the small trolling motor I sometimes use when I don't feel like paddling. The boat's nothing fancy, just an 8-foot aluminum boat that's light enough for me to handle alone, but stable enough for fishing. I've had it for almost 10 years. I pushed off from shore around 6:15 and paddled out to the center of the lake. The water was glass calm, reflecting the surrounding mountains so perfectly it looked like you could reach down and touch their peaks. I remember feeling that familiar peace settle over me, the kind you can only get when you're completely alone in nature. I dropped anchor in my usual spot, about 200 yards from shore, and set up my rod. The lake is deep in the middle, about 60 feet, and I know exactly where the trout like to hang out. I caught 2 rainbow trout within the first hour, both decent size. I was planning to cook one for dinner that night. Around 9:30, the bites stopped. This isn't unusual. Fish are active at different times, and sometimes you have to move around to find them. So I decided to pull up my anchor and drift to the north end of the lake, where there's a fallen tree that creates a good habitat. That's when it started. As I was pulling up the anchor, I heard it. Music. At first, I thought maybe I was hearing things, so I stopped and listened carefully. It was definitely music, but not like anything I'd heard before. It was metallic, that's the only way I can describe it. Like metal being struck in a specific pattern, but with a deliberate rhythm and melody. It was about 10 to 12 notes, repeating over and over. The closest comparison I can make is to those eerie music box melodies they use in horror movies. But even that doesn't quite capture it. It had a quality that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up immediately. The notes were distinct and precise, not random or chaotic. Someone or something was intentionally creating this sound. But the strangest part wasn't the sound itself. It was that I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to be all around me, emanating from the air itself. It wasn't echoing off the mountains or coming from beneath the water. It was just there, surrounding me, as if the air itself was vibrating with this strange melody. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank. I scanned the shoreline, looking for any sign of movement or a hidden speaker. Nothing. The shores were empty, the forest still. There wasn't another boat on the lake. I was completely alone, or at least I thought I was. I checked my phone, thinking maybe it was some weird notification sound, but it was on silent and showed no reception bars anyway. Out there, you're completely off the grid. I checked the trolling motor, thinking maybe it was making some weird noise, but I hadn't even turned it on that day. I checked my tackle box, my cooler, everything in the boat. Nothing could explain what I was hearing. The music continued, that same pattern of notes repeating. It wasn't getting louder or softer. It wasn't moving. It was just persistently there surrounding me. And it sounded close, not like it was coming from the shore or from far away. It sounded like it was right there with me in the boat. I've spent enough time in the wilderness to know the sounds of nature. This wasn't wind whistling through trees or rocks. It wasn't a bird call or animal sound. It wasn't the creaking of ice or the sounds water sometimes makes as it moves against objects. This was undeniably musical, with intention behind it. I felt my heartbeat quicken and my mouth went dry. There's a specific type of fear that comes when something defies explanation, when your brain can't categorize what's happening. That's what I felt out there on the lake. I remember looking down at my hands and noticing they were shaking. The music kept playing, those same notes over and over, metallic and cold. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was creating this sound was watching me, observing my reaction. I made a decision in that moment. I needed to get off the lake immediately. I dropped the anchor back in the water just to free up my hands, grabbed the paddles, and started rowing toward shore as fast as I could. I didn't care about my fishing gear or the fish I'd caught. I just wanted to be back on solid ground. As I paddled, I either outpaced the sound or it stopped. I'm not sure which. The splashing of the paddles and my heavy breathing drowned out any other noises. I was paddling so hard that water was splashing into the boat, soaking my jeans. My arms burned with the effort, but fear gave me strength I didn't know I had. I reached the shore in what felt like record time. Probably less than 5 minutes, though it felt like an eternity. I practically jumped out of the boat, dragging it roughly onto the rocky beach, not even caring that I was scratching up the bottom of my dinghy. Standing on solid ground, I stopped and listened again. Nothing, just the normal sounds of the forest. Birds, the gentle lapping of water against the shore, the rustling of leaves. The strange melody was gone. I stood there for several minutes, trying to calm my breathing and make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it? Was it some weird auditory hallucination? I'd been up since 5:30, but I wasn't tired enough to be hearing things. I hadn't been drinking. I was completely sober and alert. I finally gathered my courage and loaded the boat back onto my truck. My hands were still shaking so badly I could barely tie down the straps. I kept glancing back at the lake, half expecting to see something there, but the water remained calm and empty. The drive back to the cabin was tense. I kept replaying the sound in my head, trying to match it to something familiar, something explainable, but nothing fit. The notes were too deliberate, too musical to be anything natural. When I got back to the cabin, I immediately went online to see if there were any stories about strange sounds on Doreen Lake. There wasn't much information about the lake at all, let alone any reports of mysterious music. I even called a friend who's lived in the area his whole life, trying to sound casual as I asked if he'd ever heard of anything weird happening there. He hadn't. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those metallic notes playing in my head. Even with all the windows shut, I kept thinking I could hear it coming from outside. By morning, I decided to pack up and head back to Vancouver a day early. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some weird atmospheric phenomenon. Maybe someone had set up some kind of art installation that creates sound when the wind blows a certain way. Maybe there was a scientific explanation, some kind of natural resonance in that specific spot on the lake. But none of these explanations feel right. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. It felt like communication, like something was trying to get my attention. I've been back to the Okanagan since then, but I haven't gone back to Doreen Lake. And I certainly haven't gone fishing alone. I'm not sure I ever will again. Something about that experience fundamentally changed how I feel about being alone in remote places. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can still hear those notes perfectly in my head, that strange metallic melody repeating over and over. And I wonder if whatever was playing that music is still there, waiting on that lake, hoping someone else will come along and listen. The most disturbing part is that I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed. Would the music have continued indefinitely? Would it have changed? Would something have emerged from the water or appeared in my boat? Not knowing is what keeps me up at night. Not knowing if something was trying to communicate with me or lure me into something I can't even imagine. I've never told this story to anyone except my closest friend, who suggested I might have had some kind of panic attack or episode. But I know what I heard. It was real. And whatever created that music, whether it was something natural I still don't understand or something else entirely, I'm certain it was aware of me, and that's the thought that still makes me break out in a cold sweat 7 months later. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts when I was little. Monsters under the bed? Sure. The bogeyman? Maybe. But actual ghosts? Nah. That changed pretty fast after my family moved into that house when I was 9. It was a nice place at first glance, 2 stories with a finished basement in a newer development. Nothing special about it from the outside. The neighborhood was still being built up, with empty lots and construction sites scattered around. My parents were excited because we'd finally have enough space for everyone. My sister got her own room. I got mine. Everything seemed perfect, but something was off from day one. You know that feeling when someone's watching you? That prickly sensation on the back of your neck? The whole house felt like that. The basement bathroom was the first red flag. My sister and I refused to use it almost immediately after moving in. We couldn't explain why. It just felt wrong, like someone was always standing right behind you when you were in there. My parents thought we were being dramatic kids, But they didn't push it. They probably figured we'd get over it eventually. We never did. My mom started noticing things about 3 weeks after we moved in. She'd be doing laundry or cooking dinner and catch these shadows, I guess you'd call them, moving up and down the stairs to the second floor. Not like normal shadows that you can explain away with car headlights or someone walking past a window. There weren't any windows near those stairs that could cast shadows like that. They moved too deliberately, too slowly, like someone carefully climbing up or down. Our dogs, we had 2 golden retrievers. They picked up on it too. They used to love sleeping on those stairs. It was their favorite spot during the day. But they started acting weird. They'd be sound asleep, then suddenly jolt awake, staring at nothing, hackles raised. Then they'd bolt off the stairs like something had scared them. After a few months, they wouldn't go near the stairs at all. I remember asking my mum about it once, and she tried to brush it off. "Oh, they're just being silly dogs," she said. But I could tell she was bothered by it too. She had this way of glancing at the stairs when she thought we weren't looking. Around the 6-month mark, things started getting more obvious. We had this family photo hanging in the hallway. Nothing special, just the 4 of us at some beach from a couple years before. It had been on that wall for almost a year, through 2 seasons of the heating and AC running, doors slamming, all the normal house stuff. Then one afternoon, while we were all in the living room watching TV, there was this loud crash. The picture had fallen off the wall, not just fallen, it was like it had been thrown. The glass was shattered, and the frame was about 4 feet away from the wall. My dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe the nail had worked its way loose. Maybe the wall vibrated from a truck driving by, but we all knew something else had happened. My mum started researching the area after that. She found out our neighborhood was built on land that had once belonged to a local First Nations tribe. She had this theory that maybe there were remains buried somewhere beneath our house or the development, and whatever was haunting us was connected to that. I don't know if she was right, but it made as much sense as anything else. The incidents kept happening, small things mostly, objects not being where we'd left them, cold spots in rooms that should have been warm. The feeling of someone sitting on the edge of your bed at night when you were trying to sleep. Then came the night that still gives me chills. It was a Friday, and my dad was away on a business trip. My mum, sister, and I decided to have a basement sleepover, like a girls' night thing with movies and popcorn. We'd pushed the furniture aside and made this big blanket nest on the floor. We watched some comedy. I can't even remember what it was now. And it was getting late, past midnight. We were all tired, ready to sleep. The only light still on was this floor lamp in the corner of the room. My mum asked, "Who's going to get up and turn off the light?" None of us moved. We were all tucked into our blankets, and no one wanted to cross the cold basement floor. Then, I swear this is exactly what happened. The light just went out, by itself. No flickering, no power outage affecting anything else. Just off, like someone had flipped the switch. We all froze. My sister started crying. I think I did too. My mum tried to stay calm, saying it was probably just the bulb burning out, but her voice was shaking. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, too scared to move, listening to every creak and groan of the house. The next morning, my mom checked the lamp. The bulb hadn't burned out. The lamp worked perfectly when she turned it on. Whatever had turned it off hadn't been natural. After that, weird things started happening more frequently. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Doors we'd definitely closed would be wide open in the morning. The bathroom faucet would be running when no one had used it. But what happened to me personally was the worst. It was about 3 months after the basement incident. I was 11 by then, and I'd gotten kind of used to the weird stuff. I'd developed this system where I'd run up the stairs without looking back and dive into bed, pulling the covers over my head immediately. Kid logic. If I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. This particular night, I woke up around 3 in the morning. I know because I had this glow-in-the-dark alarm clock, and the first thing I did when I woke up was check the time. I wasn't sure what had woken me. Maybe a noise, maybe just one of those random middle-of-the-night wake-ups kids have. My room was cold, not just normal nighttime cold, but like when you open a freezer door cold. I could see my breath. I remember thinking that was weird because it was spring, not even that cold outside. I turned over in bed, facing my desk, which was against the wall opposite my bed. And there she was, an old woman sitting in my desk chair. She had this grey hair pulled back in a bun, was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dark dress, and had a pearl necklace. Her hands were folded in her lap. She wasn't transparent or floating or any of that stuff you see in movies. She looked solid, real, like a living person sitting there. But her eyes, they were just wrong. Dark and empty, staring right at me. Not angry, not sad, just watching. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. It was like my whole body had turned to ice. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I yanked my blanket over my head and curled into a ball, shaking. I started counting in my head, thinking somehow that if I counted to 100, she'd be gone when I looked again. I got to 100, then 200, then 300. Finally, after what must have been at least 10 minutes, I got the courage to peek out. She was gone. The chair was empty. My room was still freezing cold, but she wasn't there anymore. I wanted to run to my parents' room, but I was terrified of what might be waiting for me in the hallway. So I stayed in my bed, wide awake until morning, clutching my stuffed animals like they could protect me. I told my mom the next day. I expected her not to believe me, but she got this look on her face. Not surprise, but recognition. Like she'd been waiting for something like this to happen. She hugged me for a long time and said we'd be moving soon. She'd already been talking to my dad about it, and this was the final straw. We moved out 3 months later. Those were the longest 3 months of my life. I never saw the old woman again, but I felt her presence constantly. I started sleeping in my parents' room most nights. My sister did too. The weirdest part was when we were trying to sell the house. My mom had to keep replacing light bulbs throughout the entire process. They'd burn out constantly, like 3 or 4 a week. Brand new bulbs would last a day or two, then die. The realtor thought it was some kind of electrical problem, but electricians couldn't find anything wrong. The house sold quickly, though, to a young couple with no kids. Sometimes I wonder if they experienced anything, if they're still there, or if they've fled like we did. I've thought about driving by the old neighborhood just to see the house again, but I can't bring myself to do it. My mom had this theory at the end. She thought maybe the ghost, the old woman, had gotten attached to us somehow, that maybe she liked having a family around and didn't want us to leave. The lights burning out was her way of trying to keep us there. I don't know if that's true. I just know that I still can't sleep with my back to an open room, and I always check behind doors before closing them. It's been 15 years, and I still have nightmares about her sitting in that chair, watching me with those empty eyes, waiting. Story 5. I'm not sure where to start with all this. I've been dealing with this for nearly 2 years now, and I've never told the full story to anyone outside my immediate family. I think I need advice or just someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. It all started when my daughter Lily was about 2.5 years old. We were living in this old second-floor apartment. Nothing fancy. Just a place we could afford while I was finishing my degree and my wife was working part-time. The building itself was probably from the 70s. Nothing historic or special that would make you think haunted. Just a regular apartment building in a quiet neighborhood. The first weird thing we noticed was the footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the upstairs neighbors, but then I realized the sound pattern didn't make sense. The footsteps always started right above our living room around 11 at night, after we'd all gone to bed. They'd circle around to the kitchen area, then down the hallway, and stop directly over Lily's room. Every single night. The thing is, there shouldn't have been anyone walking above Lily's room. The layout of the building meant that above her room was actually supposed to be the corner of the upstairs neighbor's bathroom, not a place someone would pace around in the middle of the night. I eventually went upstairs to talk to our neighbors about it. They were this older couple, probably in their 60s, and they looked at me like I was out of my mind. They said they always went to bed by 9, and neither of them got up in the night. I believed them. They didn't seem like the type to lie. After the footsteps reached Lily's room, she would always start crying. Not like a normal toddler cry, but this terrified sobbing that made my skin crawl. When we'd go in to check on her, she'd be sitting up in bed, staring at the corner of the ceiling. Every time we asked what was wrong, she'd just say noisy and point up. We tried to ignore it, chalked it up to old building noises or maybe pipes or something logical. But it kept happening, and Lily kept waking up terrified. After 6 months of this, we decided to move. We found a nice 4-bedroom house to rent that was only slightly more expensive than our apartment. It was newer, built in the early 2000s, and we thought maybe a change of scenery would help. For a while, things were normal. Lily seemed happier, and we were all sleeping better. Then about 3 months after we moved in, Lily developed this weird obsession with her closet. She was just over 3 years old at this point. She started asking to play in there with the lights off. My wife thought it was just a phase. Kids that age love small spaces sometimes. But something about it unsettled me. I'd walk past her room and hear her having these elaborate conversations, not the kind of conversations a 3-year-old normally has with imaginary friends. She was using words I didn't even know she knew, talking about concepts that seemed way beyond her age. One day I stood outside her door and just listened. "I know that," she was saying in this serious little voice, "but Mommy says I can't go outside by myself. It's dangerous." There was a pause, like she was listening to someone respond. "No, I won't tell them that. That's mean. You're being mean again." Another pause. "Stop it. I don't like that. The dark is scary." That's when I pushed the door open. Lily was sitting cross-legged in her closet, facing the back wall. When I asked who she was talking to, she just shrugged and said, "My friend." When I asked what friend, she wouldn't answer. She just got this look on her face, almost guilty, like she'd been caught doing something wrong. After that, I started keeping her bedroom door open during the day and tried to redirect her when she wanted to play in the closet. My wife thought I was overreacting, but she hadn't heard those conversations. Things escalated when my wife got pregnant with our son. Lily started having night terrors. She'd wake up screaming about someone watching her from the ceiling. We tried night lights, leaving the hallway light on, sleeping with her door open. Nothing helped. The pediatrician said it could just be anxiety about the new baby coming, which made sense at the time. After Dustin was born, we moved again for my new job. The new house was a bit smaller, but in a better school district. Lily was 4 by then, and Dustin was only a few weeks old. The first month was peaceful. Lily seemed to adjust well to the new house and to being a big sister. Then one afternoon, about 6 weeks after we moved in, I was downstairs with Dustin while my wife was at the grocery store. Lily had been playing quietly in her room when I heard her call out, "Daddy, Daddy, come up here. Someone's in my room." My heart nearly stopped. I put Dustin in his portable crib and ran upstairs, not knowing what I'd find. Lily was standing in the middle of her room, pointing at her closet door, which was slightly ajar. "Someone was in there," she said, completely calm, not scared, just stating a fact. I checked the closet, looked under the bed, checked the windows. Everything was locked, nothing was disturbed. When I asked Lily who she'd seen, she looked me straight in the eye and said, "The blue girl, but she's gone now." The way she said it made my blood run cold. Not like she was making up a story, but like she was telling me what color shirt I was wearing. just a simple observation of something obvious. I asked her who the blue girl was, and she shrugged. She follows us. She likes my closets. I told my wife about it when she got home, and she suggested maybe Lily had seen something on TV or at preschool that scared her. We agreed to be more careful about what she watched, but deep down, I knew this wasn't about a scary movie or TV show. This was something else. Last week, things got worse. I was getting ready for work when Lily came into our bedroom. She stood by my side of the bed and said, very matter-of-factly, "The blue girl opened my closet last night and snuck in. She was looking at me all night." I sat down on the bed and asked her to tell me more. "She said I'm bad," Lily continued, "and that Dustin isn't cute." She wrinkled her nose when she said this, like she was offended on her brother's behalf. "Did she say anything else?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Lily nodded. "She said she's been with us for a long, long time, since before I was born. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back." "Where is she now?" I asked. Lily pointed to the corner of the ceiling. "Her head is blue up there," she said. "She's watching us." I looked up at the empty corner, seeing nothing but the junction of two walls and the ceiling. "I don't see anything, sweetie." "You can't see her," Lily said, like I was being stupid. "Only I can, and Dustin can, but he's too little to talk." The idea that this, whatever it was also watching my infant son made me feel physically sick. I asked Lily if the blue girl ever touched her or tried to hurt her. She shook her head. "Number. She just watches. And talks. Sometimes she walks on the ceiling at night. The footsteps from our first apartment." I hadn't connected it until that moment. Later that day, I was taking out the trash when Lily, who was playing in the front yard, suddenly pointed at me and said, "She followed you outside this morning, Daddy." "Who did?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. "The blue girl. She follows you to work sometimes. She says you have bad dreams about her. And the thing is, I had been having nightmares, dreams where I'm lying in bed and can hear footsteps circling overhead, getting closer and closer until they're right above me. And then a blue face, not like Avatar blue, but a sickly pale blue, appears upside down from the ceiling, inches from my face." I haven't told Lily about these dreams. How could she know? I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to set up cameras to see if they pick up anything, but another part of me is terrified of what I might see. My wife suggested we have the house blessed, but I don't know if that would help. This thing has followed us through 3 different homes now. What scares me most is how matter-of-fact Lily is about all this. Like living with an invisible blue entity that watches you from the ceiling is just a normal part of childhood. She's not even afraid anymore. She's just accepting of it. Yesterday morning, I found Lily sitting in her closet again, having another conversation. When she saw me, she went quiet and came out. "Who were you talking to?" I asked. "The blue girl," she said. "She's sad today." "Why is she sad?" "Because you're trying to make her go away, but she says she won't go. She says she's been with our family for 100 years. I don't know what to believe. I don't know if my daughter has an overactive imagination or if there's something supernatural happening. All I know is that 3 different homes have had the same strange occurrences, all centered around my daughter. Last night, after both kids were asleep, I sat alone in the living room thinking about all of this. The house was completely silent, and then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the ceiling above me. They started in the living room, circled around to the kitchen, and then headed down the hallway toward the kids' rooms. I ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. The upstairs hallway was empty. Both kids were still asleep in their beds, but Lily's closet door, which I know I had shut earlier, was standing wide open. I'm at my wit's end here. I don't want my daughter being tormented by something I can't see or protect her from. But I also don't know if any of this is real or if I'm somehow feeding into a child's fantasy. All I know is that right now, as I'm typing this, I can feel something watching me from the corner of the room. and I'm afraid to look up. Story 6. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. 33 years as a firefighter in Australia teaches you that most things have a logical explanation. Fire doesn't lie. It follows rules, patterns. But what happened at that psychiatric hospital still gives me chills, even now. It started about 7 years ago. Our station kept getting calls to this computer data center that had been built inside an old psychiatric hospital from the 1800s. Beautiful old building, all sandstone and high ceilings, but eerie as hell at night. The first few times we got called out there, I figured it was just another faulty system. Happens all the time, especially in older buildings where they've retrofitted modern fire systems. But this was different. The calls always came between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always. Not 1 minute before 2, not 1 minute after 3. We'd get the call, drag ourselves out of bed, and make the 15-minute drive out to the facility. Every single time. Same detector, same location, same time of night. After the third call in 2 weeks, I started getting annoyed. These false alarms were eating into our sleep, and sleep's precious when you work 24-hour shifts. We contacted the service company responsible for the fire system maintenance. They came out, checked everything, replaced the detector heads. Problem solved, right? Wrong. 2 nights later, same alarm, same time. The service company came out again, replaced more equipment, tested everything. They swore up and down that the system was working perfectly. Yet the calls kept coming. By this point, we were on a first-name basis with the night security guard, Marcus. Nice bloke. Former military, not the jumpy type. He'd meet us at the entrance each time, sign us in, and walk us through the building to the server room where the alarms kept triggering. The walk was always creepy. Long corridors with flickering fluorescent lights, old ward doors converted to offices, and that distinctive smell that never leaves these old institutions. Disinfectant, trying to cover decades of human suffering. One night in July, middle of winter here, we got called out for the umpteenth time. It was particularly cold, maybe 5 degrees, and I remember being able to see my breath inside the building. The heating system was off at night to protect the servers from overheating. Marcus met us as usual, looking a bit more on edge than normal. We went through the motions, checked the detector, reset the system, found nothing wrong. As we were packing up our gear, Marcus cleared his throat. "You guys were here last Thursday night, yeah?" he asked, looking uncomfortable. "Yeah, same shit, different day," I replied. Marcus hesitated before speaking. "Something happened after you left that night. I thought I was losing my mind, but I don't know how to explain it." I stopped what I was doing and looked at him. My crew was listening too. "After you guys left, I sat down at the security desk to write up the report in the fire log. I was tired. It was almost 4 in the morning. Then I noticed something moving out of the corner of my eye. He pointed to a desk against the wall of the security office where we were standing. There was a metal paper punch sitting there. One of those heavy old ones, must weigh at least 1 kilo. I watched it. I swear I'm not making this up. I watched it slide itself along the entire length of the desk, like someone was pushing it. Then it fell onto the floor. The hair on my arms stood up. I've seen plenty of weird stuff in my time, but the way Marcus told it so matter-of-factly gave it weight. "Was there anyone else in the building?" I asked. "Number. Just me. I checked the cameras straight away. Nothing. No one in the corridors. No one had entered the building. The desk wasn't wobbling or uneven. That thing moved on its own." My youngest crew member, only 22 at the time, laughed nervously. "Maybe the ghost doesn't like false alarms either." Marcus didn't laugh. "That's just it. I started looking into the history of this place after that happened. This server room, it used to be Ward 7B back in the 1970s, 50s. There was a fire here in 1954. A female patient died. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the building's temperature. She burned to death right where that server rack is now," Marcus continued. pointing to the exact spot where the detector kept triggering. From what I could find in the old newspapers, the fire started around 2:30 in the morning. We all stood there in silence for a moment. I'm not superstitious, but I couldn't help glancing at my watch. 2:45. Let's get out of here, I said, trying to sound more casual than I felt. Over the next few months, the calls continued, always the same detector, always between 2 and 3 in the morning. The service company replaced the entire system at one point. Didn't help. They checked for dust, insects, moisture, electrical interference, nothing. Sometimes when we arrived, the temperature in that server room would be noticeably colder than the rest of the building, even though it should have been warmer with all the equipment running. During one visit, I was standing near the problematic detector, waiting for my crew to finish the reset. When I felt something brush against my arm, I turned, expecting to see one of my team, but there was no one there, just cold air moving past me like someone had walked by. I told myself it was just a draft, but there were no vents nearby. Another time, we heard what sounded like a woman crying somewhere down the corridor. Marcus went to check it out, but found nothing. When he came back, his face was pale. I keep hearing things in this place at night, he admitted. Footsteps, crying, sometimes whispering. I've always prided myself on being rational. I tried to find logical explanations for everything happening there. Maybe the building's old wiring was causing electromagnetic interference with the detection system. Maybe the temperature fluctuations were causing condensation on the sensors. But none of these explanations accounted for all the phenomena or why they only happened between 2 and 3 in the morning. The most unsettling incident came about 4 months into these calls. We arrived around 2:20. As we walked down the main corridor toward the server room, all the lights suddenly went out. Complete darkness. I could hear Marcus swearing under his breath as he fumbled for his flashlight. Before he could switch it on, I saw something. At the end of the corridor, near the server room door, was a faint orange glow. Not electrical, more like firelight. It flickered and wavered, casting long shadows on the walls. And in front of it, I swear I saw a silhouette, a woman's figure, her hair floating around her as if underwater. Then Marcus's flashlight clicked on and the apparition vanished. The building lights came back a few seconds later. "Did you see that?" I asked my crew. They looked at me blankly. None of them had seen it, only me. When we reached the server room, the alarm was still sounding, but there was something different this time. The air smelled faintly of smoke. Not electrical smoke, but the acrid smell of burning fabric and hair. We searched the entire room with thermal cameras. Nothing, no heat signatures, no smoke, no fire. Yet the smell lingered, only in that one room. As we were about to leave that night, I noticed something on the floor near the problematic server rack. It was a small, partially burned piece of cloth. It looked old, faded blue, with a small floral pattern. I picked it up and it practically crumbled between my fingers. Marcus saw me examining it. "What's that?" he asked. "I don't know," I replied. "Was this here before?" He shook his head. "Never seen it. Cleaning crew comes through every evening at 8. They would have vacuumed it up. I should have bagged it as evidence, but something compelled me to leave it where I found it. I placed it back exactly where it had been, feeling stupid, but somehow certain that was the right thing to do." The next night, we got another call to the same location. When we arrived, Marcus met us with a strange expression on his face. "The piece of cloth is gone," he said immediately. "Maybe the cleaning crew got it," I suggested. "They didn't come in last night. Budget cuts. And I've been watching the security cameras all night. No one went into that room." About 6 months after the calls started, our jurisdiction changed. A new fire station was built closer to the city center, and the psychiatric hospital fell outside our response area. The last time we went there, I felt an odd sense of unfinished business. As we were leaving, I found myself standing alone in the server room for a moment. My crew and Marcus were out in the hallway. I don't know what made me do it, but I spoke aloud to the empty room. "I'm sorry about what happened to you," I said quietly. "We won't be coming back anymore, but I hope you find peace." The air around me suddenly grew cold, so cold I could see my breath. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied, and for just a second I caught a whiff of that same burning smell, followed by something else, like old-fashioned perfume. I've spoken to colleagues at the station that now covers that area. They get called to the psychiatric hospital for fire alarms too, but interestingly, not to the server room. Their calls are for different parts of the building at various times of day. Never that specific detector, never between 2 and 3 in the morning. I've been a firefighter for over 3 decades now. I've seen people die in horrible ways. I've pulled bodies from wreckage. I've watched houses burn with families inside that we couldn't reach in time. None of that haunts me like the memory of that server room. I don't know if the woman who died in the fire in 1954 finally found peace, or if she just gave up trying to communicate with us. I only know that sometimes when I wake up suddenly in the middle of the night and see it's 2:30 on the clock, I think about her, and I wonder if, at that exact moment, an alarm is ringing in an old psychiatric hospital with no one understanding why. Story 7. I've lived in my current home for about 15 years. It's not super old, built in the early 90s, but it's seen its share of life. And death, I suppose. This all started last summer when we had to replace the retaining wall at the back of our property. Nothing special about it, just old wood that had rotted through after years of Montana winters. The contractor said they'd need about 6 feet of clearance to get their mini excavator in, which meant I needed to move some things around in the backyard, including the graves of our cats. We've had several cats over the years. 2 of them, Shadow and Felix, had passed away while we lived here. Shadow was our black cat who died from kidney failure about 7 years ago. He was always the sweetest thing, would sleep on my chest every night like clockwork. Felix died more recently, just 2 years back, from FIPS. That was especially hard on the kids since he was just a kitten, barely a year old. I buried them both near the retaining wall, under a little lilac bush. Nothing fancy, just wooden markers I'd made myself with their names burned into them. It seemed peaceful there. When I realized I'd need to move them, I felt terrible. Disturbing their rest just felt wrong. But what choice did I have? So one Saturday morning, I carefully dug up their remains, just bones at that point, and relocated them closer to the house under our bedroom window. I figured that was a good spot, since Shadow used to love sitting on that windowsill watching birds. I didn't think much of it afterward. Construction began, the new wall went in, and life moved on. At least, normal life did. But something else seemed to begin. It started with my youngest son, who's 8. He began complaining about feeling pressure on his back or stomach when he was trying to fall asleep, like someone sitting on me, he said one morning over breakfast. But when I try to look, there's nothing there. I brushed it off as nightmares or his imagination. Kids that age get scared of the dark, right? But then he started saying he felt like someone was watching him from his doorway. He wouldn't look toward it because he was too scared. "I can feel eyes on me, Dad," he told me, "but I don't want to see what's looking at me." Around the same time, my oldest son, he's 13, mentioned that he was having those white orb fears again. Apparently, when he was younger, he used to be terrified of what he described as a glowing white ball that would float around his room at night. I'd completely forgotten about this phase until he brought it up again. "I think it's back," he said, not making eye contact. I saw it hovering by my closet last night. Now, I've always been pretty skeptical about ghost stories and supernatural stuff. But what happened next is something I still can't explain. No matter how I try, it was about 2 weeks after moving the cat graves. My wife was out of town visiting her sister, and I was in bed with Luna, our current cat. She's a calico, about 4 years old. Very affectionate, but also very skittish. I was almost asleep, just in that hazy state where you're drifting off, when I heard it. The distinct sound of cat paws tapping across the hardwood floor of my bedroom. If you've ever had a cat, you know the sound. That light but purposeful pitter-patter of paws moving across a hard surface. I opened my eyes, expecting to see Luna had jumped down from the bed. But she was right there next to me, sound asleep. The sound continued. Tap, 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 moving from the doorway toward the bed. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, but there was nothing there making it. Absolutely nothing visible, but the sound kept coming closer. Then Luna's head suddenly shot up. Her ears went flat against her head, and she let out this startled meow that made my skin crawl. She was staring intently at something at the foot of the bed, her eyes following whatever it was, as it apparently jumped up and walked across the comforter. I felt nothing, saw nothing. But Luna was tracking something with her eyes, and I could still hear those little paw steps on the blanket. She hissed suddenly, then bolted from the bed and ran out of the room. I sat there, heart pounding, listening as the paw sounds continued around the bed, and then stopped right where Shadow used to sleep, next to my pillow. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning I told myself it was just my imagination combined with being half asleep. Maybe the house settling or something outside, but deep down I knew better. A few nights later, I had this incredibly vivid dream. Shadow, our black cat, was sitting on my chest just like he used to do when he was alive. He looked healthy and content, purring away like nothing had ever happened. In the dream, I could feel his weight, feel his fur under my fingers as I petted him. It felt so real. Then, still in the dream, he stood up, turned around and just floated off my chest. He drifted across the room toward our bathroom, then disappeared through the partially open door. I woke up immediately, my heart racing. The bathroom door was open exactly as it had been in the dream. Things escalated from there. My youngest continued feeling the pressure on him at night, but now he was also saying he could feel something watching him all the time. "It follows me around the house, Dad," he told me one day, his voice small and scared. "But only in the rooms near where the cats are buried." My oldest came to me one morning looking like he hadn't slept. "I saw Felix last night," he said flatly. "He was sitting outside my window looking in, but when I got up to check, there was nothing there. His window is directly above where I relocated the graves. The weird thing is, I believed him. I'm a grown man with a mortgage and a job in accounting, and I found myself believing my kid had seen the ghost of our dead kitten. Other things started happening too. Our fire alarm went off at exactly 3:15 one morning, blaring throughout the house and scaring us all awake. By the time I got to the hallway, it had stopped. No smoke, no fire, nothing that could have triggered it. The next day, I replaced the batteries and checked the sensors. Everything was fine. There's a door in our hallway that leads to a storage closet. For about 3 weeks, that door wouldn't stay closed. I'd shut it, even hear the latch click, but 10 minutes later it would be open a few inches. I adjusted the hinges, the strike plate, everything. Nothing worked. Then one day, it just started staying shut again. No explanation. We started hearing sounds at night. Not just the cat paws anymore, but odd thumps and scratches, and sometimes, very faintly, what sounded like meows, but distorted somehow, like they were underwater or coming from very far away. Luna's behavior changed dramatically too. She used to be all over the house, exploring and playing. Now she avoids certain areas completely. The hallway near the back door, the laundry room, and especially the area of the yard where the new graves are. She'll sit and stare at the laundry room doorway for hours sometimes, her tail twitching, like she's watching something move around in there. One particularly disturbing thing that's been happening to me personally is what I later learned is called exploding head syndrome. I'll be almost asleep when suddenly I hear an incredibly loud sound, like a gunshot or a door slamming, that jolts me awake. But the house is completely quiet and no one else hears anything. This always happens when I'm facing the window that overlooks where the cats are buried. My wife, who was skeptical at first, has started to notice things too. She's more sensitive to this kind of stuff than I am anyway. A few years back, before we even moved the cat graves, she saw what she described as a man standing in our kitchen doorway late one night. She said he looked solid at first, then ran toward her and vanished just before reaching her. We'd written that off as a waking dream, but now I'm not so sure. Last week, she whispered to me in bed, "Do you hear that purring?" I didn't, but the hairs on my arms stood up anyway. I've researched online about pet ghosts, and apparently it's pretty common. People report seeing, hearing, or feeling their deceased pets after they've passed. But this feels different somehow, more deliberate, like they're trying to tell us something. I've wondered if maybe I should move the graves back to their original location once the construction is done, but that feels wrong too, like I'd be disturbing them again. Last night was the worst so far. I was in bed reading when I heard Luna growling from underneath the bed, a sound she rarely makes. Then came the familiar sound of paw steps crossing the room. Luna shot out from under the bed and arched her back, hissing at nothing I could see. Then my bedroom door, which had been partially open, slammed shut with such force that a picture fell off the wall. The temperature in the room dropped so quickly I could see my breath. Luna was going absolutely crazy, running in circles and then hiding under the dresser. I sat there frozen, watching as my closet door slowly creaked open. Nothing came out, at least nothing I could see, but Luna's eyes tracked something moving from the closet to my bed. Then I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of weight pressing down on the mattress next to me, like when a cat jumps up and walks toward you. The blanket even depressed slightly in 4 distinct spots, like paw prints, moving up toward my pillow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then came the pressure on my chest, exactly where Shadow used to sleep. Just the right weight, the right size. I think I blacked out or fell asleep from pure terror, because the next thing I remember is waking up at 6 in the morning with Luna curled up at my feet, acting completely normal, like nothing had happened. I still don't know what to make of all this. Are our cats trying to tell us something? Are they angry we moved them? Or are they just letting us know they're still here, still part of our family? All I know is that tonight I'll leave a little dish of Luna's food by the window that overlooks their graves, just in case. Story 8. I've debated sharing this for years. Even now, 15 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. What happened to me in 2008 changed my life forever, and I still have nightmares about it. I was 22 at the time, living with my mum in a modest 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood in northern England. The house wasn't particularly old, built in the 70s, but there was always something slightly off about it. Little things, you know. The occasional cold spot, things not being where you left them. But we'd been there for nearly 4 years and had mostly brushed these occurrences off as imagination or forgetfulness. That February was unusually cold, with snow piling up outside our windows. Mum was away visiting her sister for the weekend, leaving me alone in the house. I didn't mind. I'd been alone plenty of times before. That Friday evening, I made myself dinner, played some video games, and was planning to head to bed around midnight. Around 11:30, I was in the living room when I first noticed something strange. The lights flickered briefly, not unusual during winter storms, but it was actually quite calm outside that night. I remember checking out the window to confirm there was no wind, just stillness, moonlight reflecting off the snow. I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water before bed. That's when I heard it for the first time. A heavy, deliberate stomping sound from upstairs. It was distinctly different from the normal creaks and groans of a house settling. This sounded like footsteps. Heavy ones. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I called out, "Hello?" Immediately regretting it. If there was an intruder, I just alerted them to my presence. Silence followed. I stood frozen in the kitchen, straining to hear any movement. After about a minute of nothing, I convinced myself it was just the house making noise, old pipes maybe, or the heating system acting up in the cold. I filled my glass and turned to head back to the living room. That's when the overhead cabinet door next to me swung open. Not violently, just slowly opened on its own. I stared at it, trying to rationalize. Maybe it hadn't been properly closed, but I knew it had been. The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back on, the cabinet across the room was open too. Then another. Within seconds, every cabinet in the kitchen had opened, seemingly on their own. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I abandoned my water and backed out of the kitchen slowly. The stomping sound returned, louder now, and definitely coming from upstairs. It sounded like someone pacing heavily back and forth. "This isn't happening," I whispered to myself. But it was. The living room lights began to flicker as well, eventually going out completely. Only the dim light from the kitchen spilled into where I stood. The stomping upstairs stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was somehow worse. I should have left right then, should have grabbed my phone and gotten the hell out, but I didn't. Some stupid part of me needed to know what was happening. I crept to the bottom of the stairs and looked up. The upstairs hallway was completely dark. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket to use as a flashlight, but as I pulled it out, it died in my hand. It had been at nearly 70% charge minutes before. "Hello?" I called again, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is anyone there?" No response, but the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of me. In February in England, cold isn't unusual, but this was different. It happened in seconds. Like walking into a freezer, I put my foot on the first step and the wood creaked beneath me. As if in response, the stomping started again, but now it was coming toward the stairs, heavy, deliberate steps. I should have run. Why didn't I run? Instead, I took another step up and another. Halfway up the stairs, I stopped. At the top of the staircase, silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway, was a figure. It was completely black, not just dark clothing, but an absence of light, like a hole cut into reality. It was roughly human-shaped, but slightly taller than a normal person, with proportions that weren't quite right. Its limbs seemed too long, its torso too thin. The worst part, the part that still wakes me up screaming, were its eyes. They glowed red, not like flashlights or LEDs, but like embers in a dying fire. They had no pupils, no whites, just solid, glowing red. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was like my body wasn't mine anymore. Then it moved. It didn't walk or run. It glided smoothly and unnaturally fast down the stairs toward me. Something inside me snapped. Primal fear broke through my paralysis, and I turned and ran. I didn't even make it to the front door. I crashed through the sliding glass door to our back garden, not even feeling the cold, as my bare feet hit the snow. I ran blindly. Didn't grab a coat, didn't grab shoes, didn't grab my phone. Just ran through the snow in my t-shirt and jeans, feeling nothing but absolute terror. I could sense it behind me, though I didn't dare look back. My neighbors, the Thompsons, lived about 5 minutes away under normal circumstances. I made it there in maybe 2, running faster than I ever had in my life, the snow burning my bare feet. I pounded on their door, screaming incoherently until Mr. Thompson opened it. I collapsed into their entryway, shaking violently, from cold, from fear, from shock. They later told me I was unresponsive for nearly 15 minutes. I just sat there, shaking and staring ahead. Mrs. Thompson wrapped me in blankets while Mr. Thompson checked me for injuries. My feet were raw and bleeding from running through the snow, but I hadn't even noticed. When I could finally speak, I tried to explain what happened. They exchanged concerned glances as I described the figure with red eyes. Mr. Thompson suggested calling the police, thinking someone had broken in. That's when their phone rang. It was around 1 in the morning by then. Mrs. Thompson answered it, confused about who would be calling so late. Her expression changed immediately. She put it on speaker and held it out. The caller ID displayed my home number. For about 20 seconds, there was just heavy, ragged breathing on the line. Not like someone out of breath, but deliberate, like an animal panting. Then, a sound like nails scratching against the receiver, and the call disconnected. Mrs. Thompson dropped the phone. "There's no one in your house," she whispered. "You said you were alone." We called the police immediately. They arrived about 30 minutes later and went to check my house. They reported nothing unusual except that the place was freezing cold, which they attributed to the back door being wide open. I spent the night at the Thompsons. The next morning, Mr. Thompson drove me back home to meet the police for a proper statement. When we arrived, I couldn't believe what I saw. The house was in complete disarray. The cabinets weren't just open. Their contents had been scattered across the kitchen. Dishes were smashed on the floor. The living room furniture had been overturned. Pictures hung crookedly or had fallen off the walls. The police assumed it was vandalism or a break-in, but nothing valuable had been taken. My laptop, our TV, and my mum's jewelry were all still there. They asked if I might have done it myself during a panic attack or sleepwalking episode. I could tell they didn't believe my story about the figure with red eyes. When my mum returned the next day, she was horrified by the state of the house, but skeptical of my explanation. She suggested I might have had a nightmare or hallucination, that perhaps I'd accidentally taken some of her sleeping pills instead of painkillers for a headache I'd had earlier that day. I wanted to believe her. I wanted a rational explanation. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. We stayed in the house. What choice did we have? We couldn't afford to move, and everywhere else in our price range had waiting lists, months long. We installed better locks, a security system, new lights. I never stayed alone there again. For 3 months, nothing happened. I was starting to think that maybe it had been a one-time thing, or that the security measures had somehow helped. Then my mum fell down the stairs. I was in my room when I heard her scream, followed by a series of thuds. I ran out to find her crumpled at the bottom of the staircase, conscious but in terrible pain. She was clutching her arm, which was bent at an unnatural angle. As I helped her up, she kept saying, "Something pushed me. Someone pushed me." She described feeling 2 hands firmly press against her back as she reached the top of the stairs. She spent 3 days in the hospital with a broken arm, fractured ribs, and a concussion. While she was there, I packed our essential belongings. We moved in with her sister the day she was discharged and never spent another night in that house. We sold it a few months later, well below market value, just to be rid of it. The estate agent never asked why we were selling, and we never volunteered the information. Over the years, I've kept tabs on the house. 3 families have lived there since us. None stayed longer than 3 years. The last family moved out in early 2019, and as far as I know, it's been empty since. About 2 years ago, I was visiting friends who still live in the area. Curiosity got the better of me, and I drove by the old house. It was dusk, the streetlights just coming on. As I slowed down to look, I noticed something in the upstairs window. My old bedroom window. A dark figure, watching me. I only saw it for a second before I sped away, but I know what I saw. And I know those eyes would be glowing red if I'd been close enough to see them. I still don't know what was in that house with me that night. I don't want to know. But sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear heavy footsteps approaching my bedroom door, and I have to turn on every light just to convince myself that nothing's there. Story 9. I've been working the overnight shift at McDonald's for almost 3 years now. Usually it's just me and 2 other employees. Pretty standard for the graveyard hours, but last night was different. Both my employees called out, which meant I was completely alone in the store from midnight until morning. I should probably mention that weird stuff has been happening at our location for a while now. Nothing major, just unsettling things. The most common occurrence is knocking on the drive-through window when nobody's there. I've experienced it myself several times. You hear a distinct knock, go to check, and there's absolutely nobody outside, just an empty parking lot and silence. Last week, one of our new hires mentioned experiencing the same thing during her second shift. She asked me if someone was playing pranks on her. I just shrugged it off and told her it happens sometimes. Probably just the wind hitting the plastic awning or something. I've always considered myself agnostic. I don't necessarily believe in ghosts, but I don't completely rule out the possibility either. I've always found logical explanations for the strange things that happen, or at least convinced myself I had, until last night. I started my shift at 11:30, doing the usual prep work for the overnight hours. Everything was normal at first. I turned on some music to fill the silence and kept busy. Around 1 in the morning, I was setting up trays in the kitchen area when it happened. I felt this presence. It's hard to explain, but it was like a dark shadow passed over me, like someone much taller than me was standing directly behind me, close enough that I could sense their body heat. But the shadow appeared and disappeared in an instant. My heart started racing immediately. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just empty space between me and the wall. But the feeling of being watched lingered. I tried to shake it off and continue working, but my hands were trembling slightly. I decided to retreat to the office, where I could watch the security cameras and take a quick break. I sat there for about 20 minutes, scanning through the different camera feeds. Nothing unusual showed up on any of them. The store was completely empty, except for me. I forced myself to eat something from the meal I'd brought, trying to convince myself that I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. After my short break, I knew I had to get back to work. There were dishes to wash, and I needed to do inventory in the freezer. I decided to start with the dishes. At least the running water would make some noise and help me feel less alone. I was standing at the sink in the back, scrubbing some of the cooking trays, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a flicker of something moving to my right. I froze, my hands still in the soapy water. Slowly, I turned my head. That's when I saw it. Not more than 10 feet away from me, near the entrance to the freezer, was something. I can't even properly describe it because it wasn't solid enough to be a person. It was like a distortion in the air, a blurry outline that vaguely resembled a human shape. It wasn't transparent exactly, more like it was made of dense fog or smoke, but with definite form and dimension. The figure appeared to be tall, maybe 6'5" or so, and just stood there, motionless. I couldn't see facial features or clothing details, just this humanoid outline that seemed to absorb the light around it, rather than reflect it. The air around it seemed colder, though that could have been my imagination, or just the natural cold air flowing from the nearby freezer. I completely froze. My entire body went rigid with fear. I couldn't speak, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. Me, and this thing just stayed there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved, not toward me, thank God, but it sort of shifted to the side, as if stepping toward the freezer door. That movement broke my paralysis. I dropped the scrub brush I was holding and ran. I didn't even think about it. Pure instinct took over, and I bolted through the kitchen, past the front counter, and straight out through the lobby door. I didn't stop until I reached my car in the parking lot. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my phone out of my pocket. I called my brother immediately. He works nights too, at a warehouse across town, and he's had his own paranormal experience when he was a teenager. He's always been more open to this stuff than me. Something's in the store with me, I blurted out as soon as he answered. "What? Slow down. What's happening?" He sounded concerned but calm. I explained what I'd seen, trying to keep my voice steady. My breath was creating little clouds in the cold night air as I stood next to my car, staring at the brightly lit but empty McDonald's. "Are you sure it wasn't just a shadow from the equipment or something?" he asked. "No, this wasn't a shadow. It was substantial, it had form, it moved independently." I was shivering now, partly from the cold and partly from fear. "Okay, I believe you," he said, "but you need to go back in. You can't just leave the store unlocked all night." He was right, of course. I couldn't just abandon my job because I got spooked, but the thought of going back inside made my stomach turn. "Stay on the phone with me," I begged. "I need to get some stuff from the freezer to prep for breakfast. I'm afraid it'll, I don't know, lock me in there or something." My brother agreed to stay on the line. With my phone pressed to my ear, I reluctantly walked back to the store. Every step felt like I was walking through molasses. My body was screaming at me to turn around, to run away, but I forced myself forward. The restaurant was just as I'd left it. Lights on, music still playing faintly from the kitchen speakers. I stood in the doorway for a moment, scanning the visible areas. Nothing seemed out of place. "I'm going in," I whispered to my brother. "I'm right here," he reassured me. "Just get what you need and get back to the office where you can see the cameras." I made my way through the lobby and behind the counter. The kitchen area looked normal. No sign of the apparition I'd seen earlier. But the air felt different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I quickly walked to the freezer, constantly looking over my shoulder. My brother kept talking to me, asking me questions about random topics to distract me. I appreciated his effort, but it wasn't really helping. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard I could feel it in my throat. The freezer door opened with its usual whoosh of escaping cold air. I flicked on the light and stepped inside, leaving the door slightly ajar. The freezer is basically just a small room with shelves of frozen products. There's nowhere to hide in there, which was somewhat reassuring. I grabbed what I needed as quickly as possible, constantly glancing back at the door. As I was reaching for the last box of frozen patties, I heard something, a soft scraping sound like shoes on tile, just outside the freezer door. "Did you hear that?" I whispered into the phone. "Hear what?" "You're breaking up a little," my brother replied. The freezer door moved slightly, just a small movement, like someone had brushed against it. My blood turned to ice. "Something's at the door," I hissed. "Get out of there," my brother said immediately. "Just grab your stuff and leave." I clutched the box of patties to my chest with one hand, phone still pressed to my ear with the other, and moved toward the door. With a deep breath, I pushed it open fully and stepped out. The kitchen was empty, no apparition, no person, nothing out of place. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I hurriedly walked to the office, locking myself inside. I put away my phone and checked all the camera feeds again. Nothing unusual appeared on any of them. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd felt. I spent the rest of my shift locked in that office, only emerging when absolutely necessary. Each time I ventured out, that sense of being watched returned, sometimes stronger, sometimes fainter, but always there. I didn't see the apparition again, but twice more I caught movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look. When 6 o'clock finally came and the morning crew started arriving, I've never been so relieved to see other people in my life. I didn't tell them what happened. What would I even say? "Oh, by the way, I think our McDonald's is haunted." They'd think I was crazy. I went home and tried to sleep, but couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blurry humanoid shape standing by the freezer. Even now, hours later, I still get random chills running down my spine thinking about it. I called my mum this afternoon and told her everything. She's always been more spiritual than me, and instead of dismissing my experience, she gave me some advice. She suggested that next time I should record live with my phone. She said ignoring these presences clearly hasn't worked for me, so maybe acknowledging it might. I don't know what I'll do when I have to go back tonight. Part of me wants to call in sick, but I know I can't avoid that place forever. Whatever dark energy resides in that McDonald's, it made its presence unmistakably known to me last night, and I have a feeling it's not finished with me yet. Story 10. I've never told this story online before. I don't like thinking about it, let alone typing it out. But after all these years, it still bothers me, and I need to share it with people who might understand or have experienced something similar. This happened when I was 9 years old. I live in an ancient town that dates back to around 3000 BC. It's one of those places where you can't dig a garden without finding pottery shards or old coins. History is everywhere here. Ancient stone circles, burial mounds, ruins of settlements that were already ancient when the Romans arrived. The place breathes history, but not all of it is documented in textbooks. One weekend, I went to my friend's house for a sleepover. He lived in this tiny rural village about 20 minutes outside town. It was barely even a village, just a handful of houses clustered together, surrounded by fields and woods. There were only about 10 people living there total. Everybody knew everybody, the kind of place where nothing ever happened. His house was at the edge of the village, and beyond his backyard was this stretch of woods that we always played in. His parents were pretty relaxed and let us roam around as long as we stayed within shouting distance. It was early summer, warm but not hot yet, and we spent most of the day building a fort out of sticks and pretending we were explorers. In the late afternoon, maybe around 5 or 6, we were deeper in the woods than we should have been. The sunlight was filtering through the trees, making these long shadows across the ground. We were about to head back when we both noticed something moving in the distance. At first I thought it was a branch swaying in the wind, but there wasn't any wind. We stopped and stared. That's when we saw it, this massive snake slithering through the underbrush toward this old chicken coop at the edge of the woods. When I say massive, I'm not exaggerating. This thing was huge, like as thick as my leg at 9 years old, and so long I couldn't see where it ended. It was dark-colored, with some kind of pattern on it. We both froze. There aren't any snakes that big native to our area. Nothing even close. The biggest snakes here are like grass snakes that could maybe reach a meter if they're really big. This was something else entirely, like a reticulated python or anaconda. "Did you see that?" my friend whispered. I nodded, unable to speak for a second. We should have run back to his house right then and there, but we were curious kids. Instead of doing the smart thing, we decided to follow it, from a safe distance, of course. "Maybe it escaped from a zoo," I suggested, as we carefully moved in the direction it had gone. "Or someone's exotic pet that got too big," my friend said. We had reached the edge of the woods, and about 50 meters ahead was this old, dilapidated chicken coop. It belonged to one of the villagers, but I don't think they used it much anymore. The snake had definitely gone in that direction. As we got closer, our courage started faltering. What if it attacked us? But our curiosity won out. We crept closer until we were about 20 meters from the coop, hiding behind a bush. That's when I noticed something odd. The door to the coop was open, but I didn't see the snake go in. Instead, I saw an old woman inside. She hadn't been there before, I was certain of it. She was thin and stooped, wearing a dark dress that looked really old-fashioned. Her grey hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she was killing chickens with her bare hands, just grabbing them and twisting their necks with quick, practiced movements. Not like she was being cruel, but like it was the most normal thing in the world. I felt my stomach turn. There was something deeply unsettling about how efficiently she was doing it, about her presence there at all. The chickens were making awful noises, panicked squawking that suddenly cut off. My friend and I looked at each other. We both knew something wasn't right, but we were also worried about the snake. "We should warn her," my friend whispered. "About the snake." I nodded, and before I could really think it through, we stood up and approached the coop. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice shaking. "We just saw a really big snake come this way. It might have gone into your coop." The old woman turned around slowly. Her face was deeply lined, and her eyes... I still remember her eyes. They were dark, almost black, and seemed too big for her face. She didn't look surprised or scared. She just stared at us for what felt like a very long time. "There's not any snake here," she finally said, pronouncing the S's in a weird, drawn-out way. "You must be seeing things. Go back to play, boys." Her voice was raspy, almost like a whisper. The way she spoke made my skin crawl. It wasn't a normal speech impediment. It sounded intentional, like she was mimicking the sound of something sliding. I didn't believe her. The snake had definitely come this way, and it was way too big to miss. I stepped forward, right up to the coop's doorway, and peered inside. The smell hit me first. A strange, musty odor mixed with the metallic scent of blood. There were chicken feathers everywhere, some floating in the air, others stuck to the ground with drops of dark blood. The remaining chickens were huddled in the corner, unnaturally quiet. But no snake. Nothing that big could have hidden in there. It made no sense. The old woman was standing too close to me now. I could smell her. And it wasn't a normal old person smell. It was something I'd never smelled before or since. Earthy and sharp at the same time, like wet soil mixed with something chemical, like shedding skin. "See," she said, her face stretching into a smile that showed too many teeth. "No snake. Now go away." As I backed out of the coop, I noticed her hands. They were unnaturally long-fingered and had a yellowish tinge to them. There was chicken blood on them, but she didn't seem bothered by it at all. She didn't try to wipe it off or hide it. My friend and I backed away, not turning our backs to her until we were at a safe distance. Then we ran, sprinting through the woods back toward his house. Once we were far enough away, we stopped to catch our breath. "Who was that?" I asked between gasps. My friend looked pale. "I don't know," he said. "I've never seen her before." That's when it really hit me. My friend had lived in this tiny village his entire life. There were only about 10 residents total. He knew everyone, but he'd never seen this woman before. "Maybe she's new," I suggested, not believing it myself. He shook his head. "Nobody new moves here. And did you hear how she talked, the way she said all the S's?" I had noticed. The memory of her voice made me shiver. "Where did the snake go?" I asked, looking back toward the coop. It was huge. It couldn't just disappear. We stood there in silence, both thinking the same thing but afraid to say it out loud. Could the snake and the woman be the same thing? It seemed impossible. Something out of a fairy tale or nightmare, not real life. When we got back to his house, we told his parents what had happened. They exchanged looks I couldn't interpret. "There's no old lady living near the abandoned chicken coop," his dad said firmly. "And there definitely aren't any giant snakes in these woods. You boys have active imaginations." "But we saw it," my friend insisted. "Both of us." His mom looked concerned. "That coop hasn't been used in years," she said gently. "Maybe you saw someone collecting eggs from the wild birds that nest there sometimes." But we knew what we had seen. The way she killed those chickens wasn't someone collecting eggs. And why would his parents lie about someone living there unless they genuinely didn't know about her? That night, we couldn't sleep. We kept the lights on and took turns watching the window, convinced the old lady would come for us. Every shadow made us jump. Every creak of the house settling sent us into a panic. We spent half the night crying, too terrified to even tell his parents how scared we were because they'd already dismissed us. In the morning, my friend's dad drove me home. As we passed near the woods, I craned my neck trying to see the chicken coop, but it was too far away. "Did you boys have fun yesterday?" his dad asked, way too cheerfully. I nodded automatically. not wanting to bring up the old lady again. When I got home, I tried to tell my parents, but they had the same reaction. Kids with active imaginations, playing too many video games, reading too many scary books. But I know what I saw, what we both saw, a massive snake that couldn't exist in our area, an old woman who shouldn't exist in that village, the connection between them that makes no logical sense. I'm 27 now, and I still think about it. My friend and I drifted apart after elementary school. His family moved away to another town. I've tried researching local legends, looking for stories about snake women or shapeshifters, but found nothing conclusive. I've never gone back to that chicken coop. Something tells me it wouldn't be there anymore, or if it was, it would just be a normal abandoned building. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still see her face. That threatening grin as we backed away, those two dark eyes, the blood on her long fingers. And I hear that voice, with the elongated S's hissing through the air. What was she? What happened to the snake? Was she the snake? I still don't have answers, and it still makes me question what I know about reality. All I know is that the memory haunts me to this day, and sometimes when I smell that particular combination of earth and something chemical, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see her standing there, smiling with too many teeth. Story 11. I still can't believe what happened on the drive to my brother's graduation. It's been 3 months since that day, but I keep replaying it in my mind, trying to make sense of it. My mom and I left the house around 6 in the morning. The ceremony was starting at 11, but the university was about a 4-hour drive away, and we wanted to have enough time to park and find our seats. Dad should have been with us. He had been planning for this day for years. My brother was the first in our family to graduate from university, but Dad passed away last fall, just 8 months before the graduation. Heart attack, no warning signs. He was just gone one day. The morning of the graduation was chilly for May. I remember feeling exhausted as I loaded our overnight bags into the trunk, while Mom waited in the passenger seat. I hadn't slept well the night before. I kept thinking about how Dad wouldn't be there. My brother had been struggling with it too. He had called me the night before, his voice cracking when he mentioned that the one person who pushed him to finish school wouldn't get to see him walk across that stage. The first 2 hours of the drive were quiet. Mom flipped through a magazine while I concentrated on the highway. We were taking the same route Dad always took when we visited my brother, a stretch of interstate followed by country roads that cut through farmland. It was familiar, but everything felt wrong without Dad behind the wheel, telling his same old jokes about the cow sculptures at the dairy farm near exit 43. We were about halfway there, somewhere in the middle of nowhere with nothing but fields on both sides of the road. No towns, no gas stations, not even a billboard, just empty roads stretching ahead for miles. The windows were rolled up because Mom had complained about her hair getting messed up by the wind. The AC was running on low. That's when it happened. At first I thought I was imagining it. A faint smell of coffee started filling the car. Not just any coffee. The distinct smell of Starbucks dark roast with 2 pumps of hazelnut. Dad's exact order. The one he'd get every single morning on his way to work and every time we took a family road trip. I didn't say anything at first. I figured maybe there was an old coffee cup in the car somewhere, though I'd cleaned the car thoroughly the day before. But then the smell got stronger. So strong that it was like someone had just placed a fresh cup in the center console between us. I glanced over at Mom, wondering if she noticed it too. She was staring straight ahead, but I could see her nostrils flaring slightly. Then she turned to me, eyes wide. "Do you smell that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded slowly. Dad's coffee. The smell was so powerful now that I could almost taste it. Remember, we were in the middle of nowhere. No coffee shops for at least 30 miles in any direction. The windows were up. We hadn't stopped anywhere. There was absolutely no logical explanation for why our car suddenly smelled exactly like Dad's favorite coffee. Mom's hand started trembling in her lap. "He's here," she said, not as a question, but as a statement of fact. He wouldn't miss this day. I'm not a particularly spiritual person. When Dad died, I didn't feel his presence or see signs like some people talk about. But sitting in that car with that unmistakable smell surrounding us, I couldn't deny that something unexplainable was happening. It was as if Dad had found a way to join us on our journey. The smell stayed with us for about 20 minutes and then gradually faded away. By the time we reached the outskirts of the university town, it was gone completely, but the experience had changed something in both of us. We were silent for the rest of the drive, but it wasn't the same heavy silence from earlier. It was more peaceful somehow. When we arrived at the ceremony and found my brother, he could tell something had happened. His eyes were red. He'd been crying that morning. Mom hugged him tightly and whispered something in his ear. I couldn't hear what she said, but my brother's expression changed immediately. His shoulders relaxed, and for the first time since Dad died, he smiled a genuine smile. Later, during the ceremony, as my brother walked across the stage to receive his diploma, I swear I caught that same coffee smell, just for a split second. Looking at my mum's face, I could tell she smelled it too. That wasn't the first weird thing that's happened since Dad died, and it hasn't been the last. About a month after the funeral, I started noticing strange things in our house. I'd walk into Dad's old office, which no one uses anymore, and be hit by the overwhelming scent of his cologne. Not just a hint of it. It would be so strong that I'd have to step back out of the room. The bottle of cologne was still in his bathroom drawer, completely untouched since he died. One evening, I was alone in the house working late in the kitchen. It was around 11 at night when I smelled that cologne again. I followed the scent to the living room, where Dad used to sit in his favorite recliner watching TV. The chair was empty, but the smell was concentrated right there, as if someone had just sprayed cologne directly onto the fabric. I stood there, frozen, watching the empty chair. After a few minutes, the smell faded away. I checked the cologne bottle the next morning, still full, cap still tightly closed, exactly where it had been left. The most frequent occurrences happen in my bedroom. For the past 3 months, I've been woken up almost weekly by the sensation of something walking across my bed and curling up behind my knees. It feels exactly like our old cat Mittens used to do before she died 2 years ago. The first time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned on the light immediately, but there was nothing there, just the indentation in the blanket where it felt like something had been. It happens so regularly now that I've stopped turning on the light. Sometimes I even find myself reaching down to pet the invisible presence before remembering there's nothing physically there to touch. But the weight and warmth feel so real. Then there are the lights. This one still freaks me out a bit. I'm very particular about turning off lights before going to bed. I always double check. But at least once a week, I'll wake up around 2 or 3 in the morning to find the ceiling light in my room turned on. Not flickering like there's an electrical issue, just on, as if someone had flipped the switch. The first few times it happened, I thought maybe I was sleepwalking or had forgotten to turn it off. But then I installed a camera to see if I was doing something in my sleep. The footage showed the light turning on while I was completely still in bed. No power surges, no other electronics affected, just my bedroom light suddenly switching on in the middle of the night. Last month, my mum confessed that she's been experiencing similar things. She told me she often feels someone sitting on the edge of her bed in the middle of the night. She'll wake up to the mattress dipping down, as if there's a person's weight there. The first few times, she thought it was me coming to check on her. She'd call out my name, but get no response. When she'd turn on the light, the pressure on the mattress would immediately disappear. She also mentioned finding Dad's reading glasses in strange places on top of books he was reading before he died, or next to the coffee maker in the morning. She swears she hasn't moved them from his nightstand drawer. I've researched logical explanations for all of these occurrences. The coffee smell could have been something caught in the car's ventilation system, though that doesn't explain why it smelled exactly like Dad's specific order. The cologne could be explained by residual scent trapped in the fabric of the house, though that doesn't account for its sudden strong appearances and disappearances. The sensation of mittens on my bed could be my brain playing tricks on me while I'm half asleep. The lights could be an electrical issue, though no electrician has been able to find a problem. But when all these things are put together, it's hard to dismiss them as coincidences or tricks of the mind, especially after that day driving to my brother's graduation. The way that coffee smell filled the car so completely, in the middle of nowhere with no possible source. I can't explain it rationally. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. I'm just saying that there are things happening that I can't explain. Sometimes I think maybe the bonds we form with people and pets we love don't completely break when they die. Maybe they find ways to reach out, to let us know they're still around in some form. I haven't told many people about these experiences. Most would probably think I'm making it up, or that grief is causing me to imagine things. But I know what I've smelled, what I've felt, what I've seen. My mom knows too. My brother believes us because of what happened on his graduation day. The strangest part is that I'm not scared by any of this. If anything, it's comforting. The idea that Dad found a way to be there for my brother's graduation, that he's still checking in on Mom, that Mittens still wants to sleep curled up behind my knees, it makes the loss a little easier to bear. I still don't understand how any of this is possible. I probably never will. All I know is that sometimes when I least expect it, my room fills with the smell of coffee or cologne, my light turns on in the middle of the night, or I feel a small weight settle on my bed. And in those moments, I don't feel quite so alone. Story 12. I've never been a believer in the paranormal. Growing up, I laughed at ghost stories and rolled my eyes at friends who swore they'd seen something supernatural. That was before I took a travel nursing position in Germany last year. I'm a travel nurse. I go where I'm needed, usually for 3 to 6 months at a time. The job offers good money and the chance to see different places, which I've always loved. When the opportunity came up to work at a retirement home in a small town near Munich, I jumped at it. I'd always wanted to visit Germany, and my grandmother was German, so it felt like a connection to my heritage. The retirement home was an old building, probably built in the 1950s, with those institutional-looking hallways and rooms that all looked the same. I arrived on a Sunday afternoon in October. The autumn chill was just setting in, and the trees around the property were shedding their leaves. It was pretty in a melancholy sort of way. The nursing director met me at the entrance, a stern woman in her 50s who spoke English with a thick accent. She gave me a quick tour of the facility, showed me the nurses' station where I'd be working, and finally took me to my accommodation. Travel nurses often get housing as part of their contract, and in this case, they had rooms on the top floor of the building for staff who needed to stay overnight or, like me, for the duration of their contract. "This will be your room," she said, unlocking a door at the end of the hallway. "It has private bathroom. Is small but comfortable, I think." The room was basic but decent enough. A single bed, a small desk, a wardrobe, and a tiny attached bathroom with a shower. There was a window overlooking the garden at the back of the property. Not luxury by any means, but I've stayed in worse places. "This was Klaus's room," she added, as I set my suitcase down. "Klaus?" I asked. "Yeah, Klaus Becker. He was resident here for 7 years. He died 2 months ago. Cancer. He was 89. I felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of staying in a room where someone had recently died, but I didn't say anything. It was a retirement home after all. Death was part of the job. "We cleaned everything, of course," she added, perhaps noticing my hesitation. "New mattress, new sheets, everything is fresh." I nodded and thanked her. She gave me the key and told me to be at the nurses' station at 7 the next morning for my first shift. Then she left, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. I spent the rest of the day unpacking and settling in. I set up my laptop, arranged my clothes in the wardrobe, and placed my toiletries in the bathroom. By evening, I was tired from the journey and decided to go to bed early. That first night was when it started. I'd been asleep for a couple of hours when I woke up suddenly, feeling disoriented. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of moonlight coming through the thin curtains. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, breathing. Not my own breathing. This was coming from beside my bed. I froze, not daring to move. The sound was unmistakable, slow, labored breathing, like someone with respiratory issues. It was so close I could almost feel it. My heart was pounding in my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was coming from the room next door or from outside, but it was too close, too clear. I finally worked up the courage to reach for the lamp on the bedside table. My hand was shaking as I fumbled for the switch. When the light came on, there was nobody there. The breathing stopped immediately. I got out of bed and checked every corner of the room, even looking under the bed like a scared kid. Nothing. I went to the bathroom, empty. I even opened the wardrobe, half expecting someone to jump out. Nothing but my own clothes. After about 20 minutes of searching and finding nothing, I convinced myself it must have been a dream, or maybe sounds from another room, amplified by the old building's acoustics. I turned off the light and tried to go back to sleep, but it took hours before I finally drifted off. The next morning, I was tired, but ready for my first shift. I introduced myself to the other nurses, got oriented to their systems and procedures, and spent the day learning about the residents I'd be caring for. Nobody mentioned Klaus, and I didn't bring him up. By the end of my 12-hour shift, I was exhausted enough that I thought I'd sleep soundly. I was wrong. The same thing happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of breathing next to my bed. This time, I didn't turn on the light immediately. I lay there listening. The breathing was raspy, difficult, the kind of breathing I've heard from patients with late-stage lung cancer. It continued for several minutes, then gradually slowed and eventually stopped altogether. Only then did I turn on the light. Again, the room was empty. This happened every night for the next week. Always the same. I'd wake up to breathing beside me. It would continue for a while, then stop. I started to dread going to sleep. On my 8th day there, something different happened. I was getting ready for my shift, gathering my things before heading to the bathroom down the hall to brush my teeth. The sink in my ensuite was tiny and uncomfortable to use. I left my room for maybe 5 minutes. When I came back, there was a small green plastic medication cup sitting on my desk. I stopped in the doorway, staring at it. I was absolutely certain it hadn't been there when I left. The cup was empty, the type we use to give residents their pills. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It was just a regular medication cup, the kind you'd find in any healthcare facility. But I hadn't put it there, and no one else had a key to my room. At the nurses' station that morning, I casually asked one of my colleagues, Heidi, about the colored cups. "Do the green medication cups mean anything special?" I asked, trying to sound merely curious. Heidi looked up from her paperwork. "Green cups are for evening medications, blue for morning, green for evening." "Why do you ask?" "Just trying to learn the system," I said. Then after a moment's hesitation, I added, "I'm staying in Klaus's old room. Did he take evening medications?" Heidi's expression changed. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. "Yes," she said quietly. "Klaus had many medications for pain, always in green cups, at 7 in evening exactly. He was very, how do you say, particular about this." "Particular how?" I pressed. He would not take them unless they were in green cup, and only at 7 o'clock, never earlier, never later. Even when he was in much pain, he waited until 7. She paused. "Why do you ask about Klaus?" I made up some excuse about hearing other staff mention him. I didn't want to tell her about the breathing or the cup. I didn't want her to think I was crazy. That night, I decided to try something. At exactly 7 o'clock, I placed a green medication cup on the desk where I'd found the other one. Then I sat on my bed and waited. Nothing happened for several minutes. I felt silly, sitting there staring at an empty plastic cup. Then the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I could see my breath forming clouds in the air. The cup moved. Just a slight shift, but I was watching it so intently that I couldn't miss it. It slid about an inch to the left, then stopped. I held my breath, not daring to move for a few seconds. Nothing else happened. Then I heard it, that same labored breathing I'd been hearing at night, only now it was right by the desk. "Klaus?" I whispered, hardly believing I was talking to an empty room. The breathing continued for a moment, then stopped. The cup moved again, this time falling over on its side. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day I was exhausted and jumpy. I must have looked terrible because Heidi asked me if I was feeling ill. "Just didn't sleep well," I said. "Is the room not comfortable?" she asked. "The room is fine," I replied. "It's just—" I trailed off, not knowing how to continue. Heidi looked at me for a long moment, then said in a lowered voice, "It is Klaus, yes." I stared at her, surprised. "What do you mean?" She glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then said, "Some of the night staff, they have said things, strange things happening in that room since Klaus died. One nurse, she refused to go in there anymore." "What kind of strange things?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Heidi shrugged. "Noises, items moving, cold spots. The director, she does not believe in such things, so we do not talk about it." I swallowed hard. "Has anyone seen anything?" "No, not seen, only heard and felt." She touched my arm. "If you want different room, I can speak to someone." I considered it for a moment. Part of me desperately wanted to change rooms, but another part, the part that had never believed in ghosts but was now facing evidence that couldn't be easily explained away, wanted to understand what was happening. "No," I said finally. "It's fine. I'm just tired." That night, I placed the green cup on the desk again at 7 o'clock. This time, I also left a single pill beside it. Just a vitamin, nothing medical. "This is for you, Klaus," I said aloud, feeling slightly ridiculous. "It's time for your medicine." I sat on the bed and waited. After about 5 minutes, the familiar cold spot appeared near the desk. The breathing started. The cup didn't move this time, but when I looked closely, the pill was gone. Over the next few weeks, a routine developed. During the day, I'd work my shifts caring for the residents. At night, I'd place the green cup on the desk at 7. Sometimes nothing would happen. Sometimes the cup would move slightly. Sometimes I'd hear the breathing, not just at night when I was trying to sleep, but also during this evening, medication time. Other strange things started happening too. I'd leave my room in perfect order and return to find my scrubs laid out on the bed, ready for me to change into. I'd hear shuffling footsteps when I was alone in the room. Occasionally, I'd catch a whiff of a distinctive smell, a mixture of menthol and something medicinal that I later learned was a special balm Klaus used for his joint pain. I didn't tell anyone else about what was happening. I was afraid they'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. But the physical evidence, the moving cup, the disappearing pill, my arranged scrubs, made it hard to dismiss as imagination. One evening, about 2 months into my assignment, I returned to my room after a particularly difficult shift. One of our residents had died, and though it wasn't unexpected, it's never easy. I was emotionally drained. I collapsed onto my bed without changing out of my scrubs. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to complete darkness. My watch said it was just after 3 in the morning. The breathing was there again, right beside my bed. But this time it was different, more labored, more desperate. It reminded me of a patient in respiratory distress. "Klaus," I whispered, "are you okay?" The breathing grew more ragged. I felt a pressure on the edge of my bed, as if someone was sitting there. The cold spot appeared, more intense than ever before. I reached out my hand tentatively toward the cold area. As my fingers extended into the coldness, I felt something. Not solid, but not nothing either. Like putting my hand into a cold, dense fog. The breathing stuttered. Then came a sound I'll never forget. A single clear word whispered right next to my ear. "Danke." Thank you. Then the cold vanished. The pressure on my bed released. The breathing stopped. I've never heard or felt Klaus again after that night. No more moving cups, no more arranged scrubs, no more cold spots. It's been 6 months since I left Germany. I've taken assignments in 3 different facilities since then. Nothing unusual has happened in any of them. But I still think about Klaus, and I still place a green medication cup on my bedside table every night at 7 o'clock, just in case he's there, maintaining his routine, waiting for someone to notice. Story 13. I never thought I'd be writing this down, but I still can't make sense of what happened in that college apartment, and it's been almost 4 years now. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me understand it. During my junior year at university, I lived in an off-campus apartment with 2 other guys, Jake and Mike. Our place wasn't anything special, just a standard 3-bedroom setup in an older building about 10 minutes from campus. Jake and I had rooms that shared a wall, while Mike's room was across the small hallway. Jake was a serious gamer and had this massive subwoofer as part of his gaming setup. The thing was positioned right against our shared wall, which meant whenever he played games with explosions or heavy bass, it would literally vibrate through to my room. I could feel every explosion, every crash, every gunshot. It wasn't ideal, but we had worked out a system. He'd keep it down after 11 on weeknights, and I'd wear headphones when studying during peak gaming hours. The weird stuff started happening around October. I remember the date because it was the weekend after midterms, and we were all finally able to relax a bit. It was a Thursday night, or technically Friday morning, I guess, when I was jolted awake by what sounded like Jake having the gaming session of his life. The bass was thundering through our shared wall. Explosions, gunfire, the works. I could hear multiple voices laughing and shouting. It sounded like he had friends over, which was annoying because we had a house rule about late-night visitors on weekdays. I checked my phone. It was exactly 3 in the morning. I was pissed. I had an early class and I needed sleep. After lying there for about 5 minutes hoping it would stop, I finally dragged myself out of bed to tell him to turn it down. The moment I opened my bedroom door, the noise just stopped. Completely. It was so sudden it felt like someone had hit a mute button on reality. The hallway was dark and completely silent. At first, I thought maybe Jake had seen my light come on or heard me moving around. I walked over to his door and listened. Nothing. Not a sound. No clicking of a controller. No whispers. Nothing. I knocked softly. "Jake, you still up?" No response. I knocked a little harder. After a moment I heard movement, and then a very groggy Jake opened the door. He was clearly half asleep, squinting at the hallway light. His girlfriend was in his bed, also looking like I'd just woken her up. "What's up?" he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Were you just playing games?" I asked, already knowing the answer, from looking at his completely dark room and his obvious state of sleep. "What?" "No, man. I've been asleep for hours." He looked confused and a bit annoyed. "Sorry, I heard gaming sounds and explosions coming from your room," I explained, feeling increasingly confused. Jake's girlfriend spoke up from the bed. "We've been asleep since like 11. I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow." I apologized for waking them and went to check Mike's room, thinking maybe he was the one gaming. though it didn't make sense that the sound would seem to come through my wall with Jake's room. Mike's door was locked and his room was dark. I remembered then that he had gone home for the weekend to visit his parents. He wasn't even in the apartment. I stood in our small living room for a few minutes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I dreamed the whole thing? It had felt so real. The vibrations from the bass, the laughter, the shouting. I could have sworn I was fully awake when I heard it. I checked all the windows and doors, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but everything was locked and undisturbed. Our TV was off, and no other electronics were running. The apartment was completely silent. I went back to bed, but couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I might hear the sounds again, but the night remained quiet. Eventually, I convinced myself it must have been a vivid dream, or maybe a hallucination from stress and lack of sleep during midterms week. I didn't mention it to my roommates the next day. It seemed too weird, and I figured they'd just think I was losing it. About 2 weeks later, I was sound asleep when someone started pounding on my bedroom door. I jolted awake to find Mike standing in my doorway, looking pale and freaked out. "Did you hear that?" he demanded, his voice shaking. I sat up, disoriented. "Hear what?" "The gaming! Someone's playing games and it's loud as hell, but when I went out to check, there's nobody there." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What time is it?" I asked, already reaching for my phone. "Just after 3, Mike said. It was exactly 3:05 in the morning. I told Mike about my experience 2 weeks earlier. As we talked, Jake emerged from his room, looking annoyed at being woken up. "What's all the shouting about?" he asked. We explained what had happened. Both Mike and I had heard what sounded like intense gaming sessions at 3 a.m., but when we went to investigate, there was nothing. Jake got quiet, then said, "Actually, this happened to me too, about a month ago. I thought it was you guys messing with me. I heard what sounded like you two watching an action movie with the volume cranked. I could hear explosions, people talking, the whole thing. But when I came out to tell you to turn it down, the apartment was dark, and you were both asleep. The three of us sat in the living room until sunrise, comparing notes. The similarities were eerie. It always happened around 3 a.m. The sounds seemed to come from the other roommates' rooms. When investigated, everyone was either asleep or not home. The sounds stopped instantly when a bedroom door was opened. It felt incredibly real. Not like a dream, we came up with various theories. Carbon monoxide was our first thought. But our apartment had detectors that were working fine. Sleep paralysis or some kind of shared auditory hallucination seemed possible, but it was strange that we'd all experienced the same thing independently. We decided to set up Mike's laptop to record the apartment at night. We positioned it in the hallway where it could capture video of all 3 bedroom doors, with the audio turned all the way up to catch any sounds. For the next week, we reviewed the footage every morning. Nothing. No mysterious sounds, no doors opening, nothing unusual at all. It was like whatever had been happening knew we were trying to capture it and had decided to stop. After about a month with no recurrences, we mostly forgot about it. We joked that our apartment ghost had moved on to haunt someone else, until graduation rolled around. The university held an alumni gathering where recent graduates could mingle with older alumni. I was chatting with some people from my program when I overheard someone mention our apartment building. I joined their conversation and discovered the guy had lived in our exact apartment 4 years before us. Without prompting, he mentioned that the place was weird at night. My skin immediately prickled. "What do you mean by weird?" I asked. "This is going to sound crazy," he said, "but sometimes at night I'd hear what sounded like people watching movies in the other rooms. My roommates would hear gaming sounds or music. But whenever we'd check, everyone would be asleep. Always happened around the same time too, 3-ish in the morning." I nearly dropped my drink. I called Jake and Mike over, and the 4 of us spent the next hour sharing our experiences in that apartment. The former tenant said it had happened to him and his roommates at least 6 times during their 2 years there. They had also tried recording it with no success. The strangest part was that none of us ever felt threatened or scared in the apartment outside of these incidents. There were no cold spots, no items moving around, none of the typical haunted house cliches. Just the mysterious sounds of people enjoying themselves, gaming, watching movies, laughing, when everyone was actually asleep. We've spent years trying to find a rational explanation. The building wasn't near any venues that might create noise at that hour. The walls weren't particularly thin, except for the one Jake and I shared. There were no hidden spaces or crawl spaces where someone could be hiding. Part of me wonders if it was some kind of time slip. Maybe we were hearing echoes of past tenants enjoying themselves, the building somehow capturing and replaying those moments at the same time each night. Or maybe it was just a harmless resident spirit who enjoyed pretending to play video games and watch movies in the early hours of the morning. Whatever it was, it never interfered with our lives beyond those few incidents. No one was hurt or even particularly frightened after the initial shock wore off. Sometimes I wonder about the current residents of that apartment. Are they experiencing the same thing? Do they wake up at 3 a.m. to the sounds of phantom gaming sessions and movie nights, only to find the apartment dark and silent when they go to investigate? I've tried researching similar phenomena online, but haven't found anything that exactly matches our experience. Most haunting stories involve malevolent entities or tragic histories, not something as mundane as the sounds of people having fun. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened in that apartment. Part of me wants to go back and spend a night there just to see if I could experience it again. Another part of me thinks some mysteries are better left unsolved. All I know is that to this day, if I hear gaming sounds or movie explosions in the middle of the night, I freeze for a moment before checking the time, and if it's 3 a.m., I don't open my door. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for it to pass. To team, Story 14. I still can't make sense of what happened 2 summers ago, and I've been turning it over in my head ever since. I was working odd jobs upstate in New York, mostly helping people with yard work, small repairs, that kind of thing. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to get by, and I enjoyed the simple lifestyle. Every morning I'd walk along these abandoned railroad tracks before starting work. It became my daily routine. The tracks cut through woods and fields, and I rarely saw another person out there. That was part of the appeal. Just me, the birds, and my thoughts. The tracks hadn't been used in years. Weeds grew between the wooden ties, and in some spots the metal rails were starting to rust, but they were still intact enough to follow for miles. This particular morning in July was already brutally hot by 10 in the morning. The sun was beating down, and the humidity made it feel like walking through soup. I remember sweating through my t-shirt within minutes of leaving my small rental. The cicadas were making that intense summer buzzing, and everything had that hazy, shimmering quality that comes with serious heat. I'd been walking for maybe 40 minutes when it happened. I remember checking my phone. It was around 10:30. I was in a stretch where the tracks ran straight for about half a mile through an open field. No trees, no buildings, nothing but tall grass and wildflowers on either side. The visibility was perfect. You could see all the way to where the tracks bent around a distant tree line. I looked down at my boots for maybe 2 seconds, just watching my step over a particularly uneven tie. And when I looked up again, he was just there, standing on the tracks maybe 30 yards ahead of me. A man in a full black suit, not casual black pants and a jacket. I mean a formal funeral-type suit. White shirt buttoned all the way to the collar, no tie, and these shoes that looked like they'd just been polished, reflecting the sunlight, in the middle of nowhere, in 90-degree heat. My first thought was so mundane. That guy must be absolutely cooking in that outfit. But then the strangeness of it hit me. He couldn't have approached from anywhere without me seeing him. The tracks were dead straight. There was nowhere to hide, no side paths or roads nearby. He had simply appeared. I slowed down but kept walking forward. Maybe he'd been lying down in the tall grass, but his suit was immaculate, not a grass stain, not a wrinkle. And why would someone in formal wear be lying in a field beside abandoned railroad tracks? As I got closer, I tried to get a better look at his face. He was tall, maybe 6'3", and unusually thin. His skin had this waxy paleness that made him look almost artificial, like a department store mannequin. And his face, this is where things get really weird. I can't describe his face. I mean, I saw it clearly. We passed within a few feet of each other. But I couldn't tell you what he looked like now if my life depended on it. When we were about 10 feet apart, he smiled at me. It wasn't a natural expression. It was more like someone who had learned what a smile was supposed to look like, but had never actually felt the emotion behind it. His lips stretched too wide, but his eyes stayed completely empty. No crinkles at the corners, no warmth, just a mechanical stretching of lips over teeth. I nodded awkwardly as I passed him, the way you do with strangers on a path. He didn't nod back, just maintained that hollow smile, his head turning to follow me as I walked past. I didn't say anything, and neither did he. Something about him made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't threatening exactly, more like the feeling you get when something is fundamentally wrong, but you can't immediately identify what it is. I took about 5 more steps, and then this overwhelming urge came over me to look back. I couldn't have gone more than 20 feet past him. I turned around and the tracks were empty. Empty. I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was gone, completely gone. I had a clear view for hundreds of yards in both directions. The field on either side offered no cover, just knee-high grass that couldn't possibly hide a standing person. There were no trees within 100 yards, nowhere for him to go, nowhere for him to hide. In the seconds it took me to walk a few steps and turn around, he had vanished. I stood there for a full minute just staring. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I actually called out, "Hello!" But my voice sounded small and ridiculous in the open air. Just the cicadas answered me. I walked back to where we'd passed each other, looking for any sign of him. Nothing. No footprints besides my own in the dirt between the ties. No disturbance in the grass on either side. It was as if he'd never been there at all. I hurried back home, abandoning my walk, feeling eyes on me the entire way, even though I kept checking, and there was nobody there. When I got home, I stood in my shower for ages, trying to wash away the creepy feeling that had settled over me. The rest of the day, I tried to work, but I couldn't focus. I kept trying to remember the man's face, but it was like trying to recall a dream after waking. The harder I tried to picture it, the more it slipped away. I could remember the suit, the smile, the overall impression of wrongness, but not the actual features. It was as if my brain refused to process what I'd seen. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing that artificial smile in my mind, kept replaying the moment over and over. Had I imagined him? Was I having some kind of heat stroke? But it had felt so real. The next day, I forced myself to go back to the tracks. I don't know what I expected to find. Confirmation, some clue? There was nothing, of course, just the same abandoned rails cutting through the same peaceful landscape. I asked a few locals about the tracks, trying to sound casual. Any strange stories about the old railroad? Most just talked about teenagers drinking there or mentioned how the train company went bust in the 80s. One older man at the hardware store gave me a funny look when I mentioned walking there alone. "Don't much like those old tracks," he said. "Something not right about them. My dad used to say they were built over an old trail the Indians wouldn't use. Said they believed spirits walked there." I almost told him about the man then, but something held me back. It sounded too crazy, and I was still trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. I kept walking the tracks after that, partly out of routine, and partly because I needed to prove to myself I wasn't afraid. I never saw the man again, but sometimes I'd get to that straight section and feel this pressure in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm. I'd find myself walking faster, my eyes darting around, searching for that black suit among the summer colors. About a month later, I was helping clean out an old shed for a woman who lived on the outskirts of town. As I was sorting through boxes of junk, I came across a stack of old newspapers from the 1970s. I wasn't paying much attention to them until a headline caught my eye. "Local man missing, last seen near railroad." The article was brief. A man in his 30s had disappeared after telling his wife he was going for a walk along the railroad tracks. The search had turned up nothing. There was a small, grainy photo of the missing man, ordinary looking, with features I couldn't really make out clearly in the faded newsprint. What made my blood run cold was the last line. Wilson was last seen wearing a dark suit, having come directly from his job at Miller's funeral home. I didn't finish the job that day. I made up an excuse and left. I never told anyone what I saw. Who would believe me? I stayed in the area until fall, but I never walked those tracks again. I'd drive miles out of my way just to avoid crossing them. I still think about that man sometimes, about how he appeared from nowhere and disappeared just as suddenly, about his unnatural smile and how I can't recall his face, about how time seemed to stand still during our brief encounter. Was he a ghost, the spirit of that missing funeral home worker, or something else entirely? I don't have answers. All I know is that what I experienced that day wasn't normal. It wasn't something that belongs in the world as we understand it. I moved away from upstate New York at the end of that summer, found work elsewhere. But sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I see that empty smile again, and sometimes I catch myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a tall, thin figure in a black suit standing somewhere he couldn't possibly be. The strangest part, despite how vivid the memory is, despite how it's burned into my mind, I still can't remember his face. It's like my brain refuses to process what my eyes saw that day. And maybe that's a mercy. Because whatever was wearing that suit and giving that smile, I don't think it was human. Not entirely, anyway. I've tried to put it behind me, tried to find some explanation that makes sense, but I can't. All I know is that on a hot July morning 2 summers ago, I saw something impossible on those abandoned tracks, and whatever it was, it saw me too. Story 15. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up, I'd roll my eyes at ghost stories, and horror movies never really got to me. I've always been a rational person, seeking logical explanations for everything. But what happened to me during my stay at an eating disorder recovery house in Hawaii has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I checked into the facility after struggling with my ED for years. The house itself was beautiful, a large, airy space with lots of natural light during the day, located just minutes from the beach. It was meant to be a healing space, a place where I could finally focus on recovery without distractions. The irony that it would become the site of the most disturbing experiences of my life isn't lost on me. I shared a room with 2 other women. My bed was positioned in the corner, furthest from the door. There was nothing particularly creepy or strange about the room, just 3 beds, 3 small dressers, and a shared closet. Pretty standard stuff. For the first 2 weeks, everything was normal. The program was intense, with daily therapy sessions, nutritional counseling, and group activities. I was exhausted most nights and fell asleep quickly. That all changed on what I now think of as the first night. I woke up suddenly, that disorienting kind of waking where you're immediately alert. It was the middle of the night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, and the room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the gap in the curtains. That's when I saw her. There was a woman standing in the corner of the room right by the closet. She had long black hair that hung down to her waist, and she was just staring at me, not moving, not making a sound, just staring. I remember feeling confused rather than scared at first. My mind tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was one of my roommates, but I could hear both of them breathing in their beds. Maybe it was a staff member checking on us. But why would they just stand there in the dark? "Hello," I whispered, not wanting to wake my roommates. "Is everything okay?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, just kept staring. I remember blinking hard, trying to clear my vision. When I opened my eyes again, she was still there. I don't know why, but I eventually just lay back down and pulled the covers over my head like a child. I was too exhausted to deal with whatever was happening. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream or some kind of sleep paralysis. Though I'd never experienced that before, I casually mentioned it at breakfast, describing the woman I'd seen. The reaction I got wasn't what I expected. One of the other patients, Kira, who had been there longer than me, got really quiet. Then she asked, "Was she standing by the closet, with long black hair?" My stomach dropped. "Yeah. How did you know that?" "I used to sleep in your bed before you came," she said. "I saw her too, multiple times." That's when another staff member who was listening to our conversation chimed in. The girl who was here before Kira reported the same thing, always the same description. Woman with long black hair, standing in that corner, just watching. I felt sick, whatever I'd seen. It wasn't just in my head. Other people had seen it too. After that first night, things escalated quickly. I started seeing figures in our room almost every night. Sometimes the woman with the long hair, sometimes other shapes and shadows that I couldn't quite make out. I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me, only to see dark figures standing in different parts of the room. I wasn't getting any sleep. The lack of rest was starting to affect my recovery. The staff took it seriously enough that they brought in someone to sage and cleanse the room. I'm not sure if I believed in that kind of thing, but I was desperate for the visions to stop, and surprisingly they did, at least for a while. For about 3 weeks, everything was normal again. I started to think maybe it had been some kind of weird, shared delusion, or that the sage had actually worked. I was sleeping better, making progress in therapy, and starting to feel like myself again. Then came what I now call the night. It was about a month after the cleansing. I'd gone to bed around 10, exhausted from an intense therapy session earlier that day. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up a few hours later. The room was pitch black, darker than usual because it was cloudy outside, no moonlight coming through the window. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I felt it, that familiar sensation of being watched, but much more intense than before. My skin was crawling with it. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe. Slowly, I turned my head toward the wall nearest to my bed, and that's when I saw it. There was a thing on the wall. I struggle to even describe it now because it was so unnatural, so wrong. It was about the size of a medium dog, but it wasn't an animal, not any animal I've ever seen. It looked vaguely humanoid, but with proportions all wrong. It was naked, hairless, with pale greyish skin that seemed to absorb what little light there was in the room. The worst part was its arms. It had multiple arms, I couldn't even count how many, positioned like spider legs, clinging to the wall. It was climbing, slowly, methodically, inching closer to my bed. Its head was turned toward me, and even in the darkness, I could see its eyes, small, beady, and intensely focused on me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like my entire body had shut down from pure terror. And then, as it crawled a bit closer, and I could make out more details of its face, a face that was almost human, but twisted in ways that human faces should never be, something inside me snapped. I screamed. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. It was like all the fear I'd been holding back for weeks just exploded out of me. My roommates jolted awake immediately, and then they started screaming too. One of them hit the light switch, and in that split second before the light came on, I saw the creature scuttle rapidly across the wall toward the ceiling, moving with a speed that nothing that size should have been capable of. When the light flooded the room, there was nothing there. In my panic, I tried to jump out of bed, but I tripped over my roommate's bed and fell hard onto the floor. I was sobbing hysterically, trying to point at the wall, trying to tell them what I'd seen, but I couldn't form words. The night nurse came rushing in, obviously thinking someone was being attacked or having a medical emergency. Her face when she entered the room, I'll never forget it. She looked terrified, like she'd felt something too. She kept looking around the room, up at the ceiling, checking the closet. What happened? What did you see? She kept asking us. My roommates were looking at me for answers, but I could barely speak. I just kept pointing at the wall. After that night, things changed in the house. Several of my fellow patients requested room changes. No one wanted to sleep in our room. My roommates told me that I'd been talking in my sleep for weeks, saying things they couldn't understand, in voices that didn't sound like mine. One of them said she'd woken up multiple times to find me sitting up in bed, staring at the corner, having full conversations with someone who wasn't there. I don't remember doing any of that. I don't remember sleep talking or having conversations. All I remember are the things I saw when I woke up. The staff brought in more people to cleanse the room. They even had a local spiritual advisor come to the house. I overheard him telling the program director that there was something not right about that corner of the house, that it felt like a thin place where things could slip through. I spent the remaining weeks of my program sleeping in the common area. The staff made an exception to the rules for me, and I'll forever be grateful for that small mercy. I couldn't go back into that room, not after what I'd seen. I've been discharged from the program for almost 6 months now. My eating disorder is under better control, and I'm continuing with therapy back home. But I still can't make sense of what happened in Hawaii. I've researched the history of the property, looking for stories of deaths or tragedies that might explain the haunting, but found nothing conclusive. I've talked to psychologists about shared delusions and the effects of stress on perception. I've even contacted some of the other patients who stayed in that room before and after me, and many of them reported similar experiences. I don't know what was in that room with us. I don't know if it was some kind of spirit or demon or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real as anything I've ever experienced, and that it changed me. Sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. I turn on every light in my apartment and check every corner, every closet, and even when I find nothing, I can't shake the feeling that it followed me home, that it's just waiting for the right moment to crawl out of the darkness again. I still don't know how to explain what happened, and maybe I never will, but I know what I saw, and I know I never want to see it again. Story 16. Growing up, I always had these weird episodes where I'd wake up but couldn't move. My earliest memory of it was when I was just over a year old. I remember being in my crib, completely frozen, watching a dark figure by my door. My parents thought I was making it up when I tried to explain it to them when I got older. But how could I remember something so vividly from that age if it didn't happen? Throughout my childhood, these episodes would happen every few months. I'd wake up paralyzed, and there would usually be some shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me, never moving, never speaking, just staring. As terrifying as that was, I eventually got used to it. I learned that if I focused on wiggling my toes or fingers, I could usually break out of it within a minute or two. It became almost routine. Last weekend, I was staying at my sister's place. She lives about 2 hours away, and I was visiting for a few days. Her apartment only has 1 bedroom, so I was sleeping on this old couch she has in her room. It's not the most comfortable, but it was fine for a short stay. The first night was normal. The second night is when everything went to hell. I should mention that recently my sleep has been really messed up. For the past few weeks, I've been waking up at exactly 6 a.m. every single morning, no matter what time I go to bed. I could go to sleep at midnight or 3 a.m., and my eyes would still snap open at 6 on the dot. No alarm, nothing, just wide awake suddenly. I've been exhausted, obviously, but nothing I do seems to help me sleep any later. So anyway, I was on the couch in my sister's room. She was in her bed across the room. We'd stayed up late watching movies and finally turned in around 1 in the morning. I remember checking my phone before I fell asleep. It was 1:24 a.m. I woke up suddenly, the way you do when you sense something's wrong. The room was pitch black, but I could tell something was off. That familiar feeling of dread washed over me as I realized I couldn't move. Great, sleep paralysis again. I tried to do my usual toe-wiggling technique, but nothing happened. I couldn't even open my eyes this time, which was new and terrifying. Normally, during these episodes, my eyes are open, and I can at least look around, even if I can't move. I lay there trying not to panic, telling myself it would pass like it always did, but then I felt it, a presence in the room, and not just the usual vague sense of something watching me. This was immediate and intense, like someone was standing right next to the couch, leaning over me. I tried to scream, to call out to my sister, who was just a few feet away, but my mouth wouldn't work. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode out of my chest. Then it happened. I felt a large, cold hand grab the lower half of my face. Not like a gentle touch. It grabbed me forcefully, pushing my jaw downward. The fingers were long and the palm was massive, covering most of my face. It felt so real, so physical, not like the usual vague sensations I get during sleep paralysis. And then it spoke, right into my ear, so close I could feel breath on my skin. "Hey, Ellie, how does it feel?" The voice was deep and raspy, almost like it was being forced through a damaged throat. It wasn't shouting, but it was intense, deliberate, like each word was being carved into my brain. "I see you, Ellie." My name. It knew my name. In all the years I'd had these episodes, nothing had ever spoken to me, let alone used my name. "Look at me, Ellie." The hand on my face pushed harder, fingers digging into my skin. I still couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move a muscle to fight back. "Tell me how it is. Tell me how it feels." The voice got louder, more insistent. The breath against my ear was hot and smelled wrong. Not like normal human breath, but something sour and old. "Look at me." It was screaming now, the voice piercing through my head like physical pain. The hand on my face tightened its grip, and I felt fingernails digging into my cheeks. "I can see you. Why won't you look at me? Look at me, Ellie." This went on and on. The voice screaming demands, taunting me, saying my name over and over. I was completely trapped in my own body, unable to escape. I couldn't even cry, though inside I was sobbing hysterically. What terrifies me the most is how long it lasted. Usually my sleep paralysis episodes are over in a minute or two. This one went on for what felt like forever. I tried counting my heartbeats to stay sane, to have some sense of time passing. I got to somewhere around 800 before I lost count. The whole time, the presence kept screaming at me. The hand kept gripping my face, sometimes shaking my head back and forth like it was trying to wake me up. It kept saying things like, "I know you can hear me, and stop pretending, and open your eyes and see me." Finally, after what must have been at least 45 minutes, I managed to open my eyes. It took every ounce of mental strength I had, like lifting 1,000 pounds with my eyelids, and the instant they opened, everything stopped. The hand vanished, the voice went silent, the presence was gone. I sat bolt upright on the couch, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. My sister's room was completely normal, just the dim outline of her furniture in the darkness, the sound of her breathing steadily in her bed. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands. 3:47 a.m. I checked my face in my phone's camera, convinced there would be marks from where those fingers had dug into my skin. There was nothing, no red marks, no scratches. Physically, there was no evidence anything had happened. I was too terrified to lie back down. I sat up on that couch until morning, jumping at every little creak in the apartment. My sister woke up around 7 and asked why I was already up. I couldn't tell her. I mumbled something about not sleeping well and left it at that. I drove home that day, making an excuse about needing to get back for work. The whole drive, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced something was in my back seat. I had to pull over twice because I was shaking too badly to drive safely. I've been home for 3 days now, and I haven't had a full night's sleep since it happened. I'm terrified of closing my eyes. I've been taking short naps during the day with all the lights on, but as soon as it gets dark, the panic sets in. I keep feeling like there's something waiting for me to fall asleep so it can come back. What makes this whole thing even more unsettling is that I've never told anyone that I prefer to be called Ellie. My full name is Elizabeth, and that's what everyone calls me. Ellie is just something I call myself in my head. How did it know? Last night, I finally passed out from exhaustion around midnight. I woke up at 3 a.m. exactly, my whole body rigid with fear, convinced the hand was going to grab me again. Nothing happened, but I couldn't go back to sleep. The night before that, I dreamed I was walking through my apartment and all the mirrors showed someone else's reflection watching me. Not my reflection, someone else standing exactly where I was standing, but it wasn't me. I woke up crying. I've looked up sleep paralysis online, trying to find some explanation. Everything I read says it's just your brain playing tricks on you, that the hallucinations aren't real, but this felt real. The voice, the hand on my face, the breath in my ear. It was all too detailed, too specific to be just my imagination. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I can't tell my friends or family. They already think I'm weird for my sleep issues. I'm desperate for sleep, but terrified of what might be waiting for me when I close my eyes. The worst part is this constant feeling that it's not over, that whatever spoke to me is still watching, waiting for another chance. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake, convinced I can feel breath on my face again. What if it comes back? What if next time I open my eyes and it's still there? What am I supposed to do then? I keep wondering if there's some reason this is happening to me specifically. Why me? Why now? Is there something about me that attracts this kind of thing? I've had sleep paralysis for almost my entire life. Is this just the natural progression of whatever's wrong with me? It's almost 5 a.m. now. The sun will be up soon, and I always feel a little safer in daylight. Maybe I can get an hour of sleep before I have to get up for work, but tonight will come eventually, and I'll have to face the darkness again. I just want to understand what happened to me. Was it really just sleep paralysis or something more? And how do I make sure it never happens again? Because I honestly don't think I can handle another night like that one. I'm at my breaking point. Day. Story 17. I've never been the jumpy type, I swear. My friends actually used to make fun of me for being too logical about everything. But what happened last Thursday night completely changed me. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and I keep replaying everything in my head over and over. Maybe writing it all down will help. It was around 7 in the evening when my parents left for grocery shopping. They usually go together on Thursdays, because that's when the store has the best deals. My cousin Jake, who's been staying with us while attending college nearby, had headed to the gym about 30 minutes before. That left just me and my 12-year-old brother Ethan at home. The moment my parents' car pulled out of the driveway, I felt something shift in the atmosphere of the house. It wasn't sudden, more like a gradual awareness that something wasn't quite right. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but worse. I tried to ignore it at first. I was supposed to be the responsible one after all. I made Ethan a sandwich and got him set up with his homework in his bedroom, then went to the living room to watch some Netflix, but I couldn't focus on the show. Something kept pulling my attention toward the kitchen. Our kitchen is at the back of the house, and it has this big rectangular window above the sink that looks out onto our backyard. My mum's been meaning to put curtains up for ages, but it's never been a priority. During the day, it's actually nice. You can see the garden and the big oak tree while you're washing dishes. But at night, That window becomes this black void. You can't see anything outside, but anyone out there could see everything inside. The kitchen lights make you perfectly visible, like you're on some kind of display. I kept getting up to check the kitchen for no reason. First, I said I was getting water. Then a snack. Then I pretended I heard my phone ping. Each time I'd walk in and feel this overwhelming sense that someone or something was staring at me through that window. Around 9, I needed to get some ice for my drink. I stood at the kitchen entrance for what felt like forever, just staring at that window. The kitchen lights were on, casting reflections against the black glass, but I couldn't shake the feeling that beyond my reflection, something else was there. I finally worked up the courage to walk to the freezer, which meant turning my back to the window. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. As I reached for the freezer door handle, everything inside me screamed to turn around, to not expose my back to whatever might be watching. I grabbed the ice tray with shaking hands. As I turned to head back to the living room, the most violent bang hit the exterior wall right by the window. It was so powerful, the dishes in the cabinet rattled. It wasn't like someone knocking, it was like someone had taken both fists and slammed them against our house with inhuman strength. The sound was deep, hollow, and absolutely terrifying. I completely froze. My entire body went cold. The ice tray slipped from my hands and clattered to the floor, ice cubes skittering across the kitchen tiles. For a second, I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't think. "Ethan!" I finally managed to scream. I don't even remember running to his room, but suddenly I was there, slamming his door shut behind me. He was sitting on his bed with his headphones on, completely oblivious to what had just happened. "What? What's wrong?" he asked, pulling his headphones off. His eyes went wide when he saw my face. "Someone's outside," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. I heard someone hit the house. I immediately tried to lock his bedroom door, but the lock wouldn't catch properly. It kept slipping out of place. I'd never noticed it before, but now it seemed like the most important thing in the world. I kept trying, my fingers fumbling with the little button, but it wouldn't stay. "What do you mean, hit the house?" Ethan asked, his voice rising with panic. "Shh, keep your voice down," I whispered, moving away from the door. I was in the kitchen and there was this huge bang on the wall outside, right by the window. I grabbed my phone from my pocket with trembling hands and called my parents. No answer. I tried my cousin. Straight to voicemail. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That I heard a noise, that I had a bad feeling? They probably wouldn't take it seriously. Then I remembered our security cameras. My dad had installed this system about 6 months ago after a few break-ins in the neighborhood. 4 cameras, front door, side gate, garage and backyard. I could check the footage right from my phone. I opened the app with shaky fingers and cycled through the camera feeds. The front door camera showed our empty driveway. The side gate and garage cameras showed nothing unusual. But when I tried to access the backyard camera, the one that would show exactly what had made that sound, the app kept giving me an error message. I tried several times, even restarted my phone, but it wouldn't show the live feed or any recorded footage from the past hour. "What is it?" Ethan asked, seeing my expression change. "The backyard camera isn't working," I said, trying not to sound as terrified as I felt. "It's the only one not working." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us listening intently for any sounds. The house was completely quiet except for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of Ethan's bedside clock. "Maybe it was just a branch hitting the house," Ethan suggested, but I could tell from his voice he didn't believe it. There hadn't been any wind that evening, not even a breeze. "Yeah, maybe," I lied. "But let's just stay in here until Mom and Dad get back, okay?" I tried calling my parents again, still no answer. Then I texted them, "Please come home now. I think someone's outside the house." The minutes crawled by. I kept checking my phone, both for responses from my parents and to try the security camera again. Nothing. The backyard camera remained offline. Do you think we should look outside? Ethan asked after about 20 minutes. No, I said firmly. We're staying right here. But curiosity and fear were battling inside me. What if someone was still out there? What if they were trying to break in? What if they were waiting for us to let our guard down? I got up and carefully moved to Ethan's window, which faced the side of the house, not the backyard. I peeked through a small gap in the curtains. Nothing unusual. Just the neighbor's house and our empty driveway. That's when I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like something being dragged slowly across our back patio. It was faint, but unmistakable in the quiet house. Ethan heard it too. His eyes went wide, and he pulled his knees up to his chest. "What is that?" he whispered. The scraping continued for about 10 seconds, then stopped. We waited, hardly breathing, for it to start again, but instead we heard 3 distinct taps on the kitchen window. Tap, 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 deliberate, measured, like someone was trying to get our attention. My phone buzzed, making both of us jump. It was a text from my mum. "On our way home, about 15 minutes away. Everything okay?" I texted back immediately. "No, think someone's outside. Hurry." The response came quickly. "Called the police. Stay put. Lock doors." Knowing help was coming should have made me feel better, but somehow it made everything more real. I wasn't just being paranoid. If my parents were concerned enough to call the police, then the power went out. 1 second we were sitting in the bright light of Ethan's bedroom, and the next we were plunged into darkness. I heard Ethan gasp beside me. Outside his room, the entire house had gone dark. I fumbled for my phone and turned on the flashlight. "It's okay," I said, though it definitely wasn't. "The police are coming. Mum and Dad will be home soon." But then my phone screen flickered and went black. When I tried to turn it back on, nothing happened. It had been at about 60% battery just moments before. The scraping sound started again, but louder this time, like whatever was making it was no longer trying to be quiet. It moved from the patio toward the back door. Ethan grabbed my arm so tightly it hurt. "What do we do?" he whispered. I didn't have an answer. My mind was racing through possibilities, none of them good. If we ran out the front door, we might encounter whatever was in the backyard. If we stayed, we were trapped. The scraping stopped at the back door. Then came the sound of the doorknob turning slowly. We always keep that door locked, but hearing someone try it made my stomach drop. There was a pause, and then 3 loud knocks on the back door. Knock, knock, knock. The same deliberate pattern as the taps on the window. We sat in terrified silence, waiting. I was about to suggest we try to make a run for the front door when we heard the distinct sound of a key turning in the lock of the back door. That was impossible. Only my parents and cousin had keys, and my parents were still at least 10 minutes away, according to their text. My cousin was at the gym. The back door creaked open. Footsteps moved slowly across the kitchen floor. I pulled Ethan off the bed and toward his closet. "Get in," I whispered. "Don't make a sound." We crammed ourselves into his small closet, pushing past hanging clothes and shoes. I quietly pulled the door closed, leaving it open just a crack so we could see out into the bedroom. The footsteps moved through the house methodically into the living room, down the hallway, stopping at each doorway, getting closer to Ethan's room. Then they stopped right outside his door. The doorknob turned slowly and the door swung open. From our hiding spot, we could see a slice of the bedroom, illuminated only by the faint moonlight coming through the window. A shadow moved across the floor, the outline of someone standing in the doorway. I put my hand over Ethan's mouth, feeling his hot tears on my fingers. I wasn't even breathing. My entire body was tense, ready to fight if we were discovered. The shadow moved into the room. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I couldn't see the person, just their shadow on the floor, stretching and distorting as they moved. They paused at Ethan's bed, standing still for several long seconds. Then they turned toward the closet, Just as the footsteps started in our direction, bright headlights swept across the room as a car pulled into the driveway. The shadow froze. The footsteps stopped. Then they turned and moved quickly out of the room. We heard rapid steps down the hallway, through the kitchen, and then the back door closing. Seconds later, we heard our parents' car doors slam shut and their voices calling our names as they rushed into the house. When they found us huddled in the closet, they looked as terrified as we felt. The police arrived minutes later, searching the house and yard but finding nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints in the soft earth around the back patio. Nothing. The officers suggested it might have been an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer that hit the side of the house, but they couldn't explain the footsteps, the doorknob turning, the key in the lock. They couldn't explain why only the backyard security camera had stopped working and was now functioning perfectly again, showing nothing unusual in its recorded footage from the time of the incident. My parents checked all the locks that night, confirming they worked properly. Even Ethan's bedroom lock, which I swear had been broken, was functioning normally. The power company had no record of an outage in our area. My phone, which had completely died, turned back on by itself while sitting on the kitchen counter, showing a battery level of 58%. It's been 4 days, and I still don't have any answers, but I know what I felt that night. That deep sense of wrongness in the house before anything even happened. I know what I heard, those deliberate knocks, the key in the lock, the footsteps, and I know that whatever it wasn't human, because no person could disappear so completely, leaving no trace behind. No person could make a security camera stop working only during the exact time they were present. No person could make me feel so deeply, instinctively afraid before they'd made a single sound. I haven't been back in the kitchen after dark since then. I can't look at that window without feeling like something's staring back at me, waiting for another chance to come inside. Story 18. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last month with Emily. I've always been into paranormal stuff, watching those ghost hunting shows, reading about hauntings online. But it was always just entertainment, you know. I never thought I'd experience something firsthand that would keep me up at night. It started with a phone call around 11:30 on a Tuesday. I was just about to go to bed when Emily called, sounding really freaked out. We've been friends since freshman year of high school, and I'd never heard her this panicked before. "You need to come over," she said, her voice shaking. "There's something weird in my room." I asked her what she meant, thinking maybe she'd found a big spider or something. What she told me made my skin crawl. "There's a name on my wall. It wasn't there this morning, I swear. It says Mike. It looks like it's bubbling up under the paint." "What do you mean bubbling up?" I asked. "Like the letters are pushing through from behind the wall," she said. "I've lived in this room my whole life. This has never happened before." I told her to calm down, that there had to be some logical explanation, maybe water damage or something, but she insisted it had appeared out of nowhere. Against my better judgment, I told her I'd come over the next day after class to check it out. In the meantime, I suggested she try doing an EVP session. EVP stands for Electronic Voice Phenomenon. It's when you record yourself asking questions to spirits, then play it back to see if you captured any responses that weren't audible in real time. I'd seen it done on TV shows, but never tried it myself. Emily was reluctant at first, but after I explained how to do it, she agreed to try. I told her to use her phone's voice recorder app, ask some simple questions, and leave pauses for responses. Basic stuff like, "Is someone here?" and "What's your name?" The next morning, she texted me saying she hadn't picked up anything unusual on the recording. I told her to try again that night, but this time to specifically mention the name Mike. In hindsight, that was probably a mistake. Around midnight, Emily called me again. She sounded even more freaked out than before. "I did what you said," she whispered. "I asked if Mike was there, and the second I said his name, an owl started hooting outside my window. It's still going." I could hear it in the background, a distinctive hooting that seemed to be coming from right outside her room. I tried to reassure her it was just a coincidence, but even I was getting creeped out at this point. Owls aren't exactly common in our suburban neighborhood. The next day, after my last class, I drove straight to Emily's house. Her parents were at work, so we had the place to ourselves. As soon as I walked in, I could tell she hadn't slept. Her eyes were red and puffy, and she kept glancing nervously toward the staircase that led to her bedroom. "Show me the wall," I said. She hesitated, then nodded and started up the stairs. I followed close behind. Halfway up, I decided to test something. "So this Mike guy," I began, and immediately an owl started hooting outside. It was broad daylight. Owls are nocturnal. They don't hoot in the middle of the afternoon. I turned around to look at Emily, but she wasn't there. She was sprawled at the top of the stairs, her face white with terror. "Emily," I rushed up to her. "Did you fall?" She grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Something pushed me," she whispered. I felt hands on my back. We were alone in the house. I'd been right behind her. Nobody had pushed her, at least nobody visible. Emily scrambled to her feet and ran down the stairs, heading straight for the front door. I called after her, but she was already outside, standing in the driveway, refusing to come back in. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt protective, angry even. Something had messed with my friend, and I wanted answers. I went back inside and up to Emily's room. The name was exactly as she'd described it, Mike, raised letters under the wallpaper, like someone had carved it from behind. I took out my phone and started recording. "Is Mike here?" I asked. "Did you push Emily?" Nothing happened. I tried a few more questions but got no response. Feeling a bit stupid, I went back downstairs where Emily was waiting on the porch. "I'm not going back in there," she said. "Not ever." I convinced her to at least come into the kitchen so we could talk. She reluctantly agreed, but insisted on sitting on the floor rather than at the table. "I don't want to sit up high," she said, hugging her knees to her chest. I sat down across from her and hit record on my phone again, placing it on the floor between us. I asked her to tell me everything that had happened since she first noticed the name on the wall. As she spoke, I noticed her behavior changing. Her voice became monotone, and she started rocking slightly. Then she stopped mid-sentence and stared at something behind me. I turned around, but saw nothing. When I looked back at Emily, she was crawling around the table on all fours. I called her name, but she didn't respond. Then, without warning, she jumped up on her knees and let out a scream that made my blood run cold. I backed away, genuinely scared for the first time. She looked at me with a glare that didn't belong on her face. It was filled with such hatred and malice that I didn't recognize her. Then she giggled, not her normal laugh, but something high-pitched and unnatural, almost like what a child would imagine an evil spirit to sound like. "Emily." My voice was shaking now. "Emily, snap out of it." She cocked her head to one side, still grinning that awful grin. Then she stood up and walked past me toward the stairs. I grabbed my phone and followed at a safe distance. She went to her room and picked up random objects, a hairbrush, a notebook, a small decorative box, holding each one for a moment before setting it down again. Her movements were jerky and unnatural, like she was being controlled by someone who didn't quite understand how bodies work. Then she turned and walked back downstairs with a frighteningly determined stride. I backed down ahead of her, not wanting to turn my back. When she reached the bottom, she stared at me with eyes that seemed completely vacant. "Emily," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "it's me, your friend. Whatever's happening, you need to fight it." She took a step toward me, and without thinking, I grabbed her hand. Her skin was ice cold, but the moment I touched her, she gasped and blinked rapidly, looking around in confusion. "What happened?" she asked, her voice back to normal. "Why are we downstairs?" I asked her what she remembered, and she said the last thing she recalled was sitting on the kitchen floor, refusing to sit at the table. She had no memory of crawling around, screaming or going upstairs. When we played back the recording from the kitchen, we both went silent at what we heard. Right before Emily said, "I don't want to sit up high," there was a man's voice, deep and scratchy, saying the exact same words. It was like she had repeated what the voice told her to say, but neither of us had heard it in the moment. The recording captured her screams and the weird giggle, but the most disturbing part was a whispered, "She's mine now," right before I grabbed her hand. We left immediately and went to my apartment. Emily refused to go back to her house, and I couldn't blame her. She stayed with me for a week before finding a new place. That night, I uploaded the recording to my computer and listened to it with headphones, trying to hear anything we might have missed. About halfway through, after Emily had gone upstairs, there was a sound I hadn't noticed before, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming on a table, and beneath it, almost too quiet to hear, was a voice whispering M-I-K-E over and over. I've replayed that recording dozens of times, trying to convince myself it was all some elaborate prank or that Emily has some undiagnosed mental health issue, but I was there. I saw her crawl around like an animal. I saw the hatred in her eyes. I felt how cold her skin was. Emily's parents sold their house last week without ever moving back in. They didn't ask questions when she refused to return. Maybe they had experienced things too, but never talked about them. I still have the recording, but I can't bring myself to listen to it anymore. Every time I do, an owl starts hooting outside my window, no matter what time of day it is, and sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think I can hear tapping coming from inside my walls. Whatever was in that house, whatever took control of Emily that day, I don't think it was ever really about the name on the wall. I think it was just trying to get our attention, and now that it has it, I'm terrified it's not going to let go. Story 19. I can't shake what happened last night. I keep seeing the images in my head. I haven't slept. I need to get this out somewhere. So my family and I were driving back from visiting my aunt in Cincinnati yesterday. It was probably around 11 at night, and the interstate was practically empty. My mom was asleep in the passenger seat. My little sister was knocked out in the back, and my dad was getting tired of driving, so he asked if I could take over soon. I was just scrolling through my phone when two street bikes zoomed past us like we were standing still. I mean, we were doing 70 miles per hour, and these guys just disappeared ahead of us in seconds. The sound was so sudden, that high-pitched motorcycle whine, that it actually made me jump. My dad just shook his head and muttered, "Fucking idiots are asking for it." He's always been that way. Zero sympathy for reckless driving. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another pair of adrenaline junkies getting their fix on empty highways. We kept driving for about 15 minutes. I remember checking the time, because my dad was asking when I wanted to switch. We were about to merge onto I-71 South, and I told him we could switch at the next rest area or gas station. As we approached the merger, I noticed the traffic slowing way down. You know that feeling when you're on a highway late at night and suddenly everyone's brake lights come on? It's never a good sign. We thought it was probably construction at first, but then we saw the flashing lights, lots of them. Red and blue police lights, fire truck lights, yellow hazard lights. They were bouncing off the guardrails and reflecting everywhere. There were flares laid out across multiple lanes, forcing everyone into just one lane. State troopers were directing traffic with flashlights, waving people through slowly. "Must be a bad one," my dad said quietly, trying not to wake Mom. He was right. As we got closer, I could see at least 3 police cruisers, a fire truck, an ambulance, and what looked like a coroner's van. That's when my stomach first dropped. I'd never seen a coroner at an accident before. My dad asked if I still wanted to switch drivers, and I said yeah, thinking some fresh air might help wake me up for the final stretch home. He pulled over at a safe spot about 100 yards past all the emergency vehicles, where the shoulder widened out I got out of the car and stretched my legs. The night air was cool, and I could smell that distinct burnt rubber smell that accidents leave behind. I walked around to the driver's side as my dad got out. That's when I saw it. Just a few feet away from where I was standing, right at the edge of the shoulder, was a boot, a motorcycle boot, with a foot and part of a leg still inside it. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. It looked almost fake, like a Halloween prop someone had tossed aside. But there was no mistaking what it was. The leg was severed mid-calf. There was blood, but not as much as you'd think. Just dark stains on the pavement around it. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My dad hadn't seen it yet. He was stretching his back on the other side of the car. "Dad," I finally managed to whisper. He must have heard something in my voice because he came around immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, and then he saw it too. "Jesus Christ, get back in the car, now!" But I couldn't move. My eyes followed the shoulder of the road, past the emergency vehicles, and that's when I saw the rest of it. About 50 yards ahead was a crumpled mass of metal that must have been the motorcycle. It didn't even look like a bike anymore, just twisted metal scattered across the lanes, and there was a tarp, a blue tarp on the ground, clearly covering something, someone. But it wasn't a full-body shape like you'd expect. It was just parts. And there were officers walking slowly along the highway, looking at the ground with flashlights, picking things up and putting them in bags. They were collecting pieces of a person. A state trooper noticed us standing there and started walking over. He looked exhausted and grim. "You folks need to get back in your vehicle," he said firmly but not unkindly. My dad nodded. "We were just switching drivers. What happened?" The trooper glanced at me, probably wondering if I should hear this, but then seemed to decide I was old enough. "Motorcycle going way too fast, lost control on the merger curve. Rider was thrown into traffic and run over by a semi." My dad nodded grimly. "We saw a couple of bikes fly past us about 15 minutes ago on I-75. The trooper's face changed slightly. Green Kawasaki and a black Suzuki." My dad looked at me, but I just shrugged. I didn't know bikes well enough to identify them. "They were going at least 100, my dad said, weaving through traffic. "That was them," the trooper confirmed. "The other riders over there talking to my sergeant." He pointed to a guy sitting on the guardrail, head in his hands, still in his riding gear. He said his buddy was showing off, tried to pop a wheelie on the curve. I felt sick. The person whose remains were scattered across this highway had passed us just minutes before, probably laughing, feeling invincible, the wind rushing through their helmet, and now they were in pieces on the asphalt. "You really need to get back in your vehicle now," the trooper said, more insistent this time. "We're trying to clear the scene." I couldn't take my eyes off that boot, though. It looked so ordinary, just sitting there on the shoulder like someone had kicked it off. But there was a person's limb inside it, a person who had been whole and alive when they zoomed past us 15 minutes earlier. My dad practically had to guide me back to the car. My legs felt numb. Mom had woken up and was asking what was happening, but Dad just shushed her and said it was an accident. We'd talk about it later. I got in the driver's seat mechanically, but my hands were shaking too bad to put the key in the ignition. "I can keep driving," my dad offered quietly. I shook my head. "No, I need the distraction." And it was true. I needed something to focus on besides what I'd just seen. As we pulled back onto the highway, I could see in my rearview mirror that they were extending the tarp to cover the boot I'd seen. An officer was taking photos, another was talking into his radio. The guy who must have been the second rider was now sitting in the back of a police car, his head still in his hands. I drove in silence for a while. My mom dozed off again. My sister never even woke up. Dad stayed awake with me, though, probably worried about my state of mind. "You okay?" he asked, after we'd gone about 20 miles. I wasn't sure how to answer that. I just keep thinking that person passed us. They were alive when they passed us. Dad nodded. I know. And what you said about them asking for it. He sighed. I shouldn't have said that. Nobody asked for that. He paused. But they did make choices that led to it. I kept seeing that boot in my mind, the way it was just sitting there, like it had been discarded. But it wasn't empty, and somewhere out there someone was going to get a call tonight that would destroy their world. Do you think they felt anything? I asked, immediately regretting the question. I didn't really want to know. Dad was quiet for a long time before answering. Number. It would have been instant. I'm not sure if he actually believed that or just wanted me to. The rest of the drive home was a blur. I kept replaying those moments. The motorcycles flying past us, my dad's comment, the flashing lights, the boot. It was like my brain was stuck in a loop. When we got home, everyone else went straight to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how quickly life can just end. 1 minute you're feeling the rush of speed on an open highway. The next you're scattered across the asphalt in pieces. I still don't know who that person was. I've been checking the news all morning, but there's just a small article about a fatal motorcycle accident on I-71. No name yet. I can't stop thinking about how thin the line is between life and death. How a split-second decision to show off, to go faster, to try a stupid stunt, can be the difference between going home to your family and being collected in bags on a highway. I've seen accidents before. I've seen totaled cars and ambulances, but I've never seen a person in pieces. I've never seen actual human remains just scattered like trash on the side of the road. I don't know how to process this. I don't know how to unsee it. All I know is that every time I close my eyes, I see that boot with part of someone's leg still in it. And I think about how 15 minutes earlier, that person had no idea their life was about to end in one of the most violent ways possible. And I wonder if, in those last seconds, they realized what my dad meant when he said they were asking for it. Story 20. I still can't shake what happened to me last month at Hot Lake Hotel. I've been trying to make sense of it, but honestly, I'm still freaked out. I thought writing it down might help, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm a history buff with a thing for supposedly haunted places. I travel around the Pacific Northwest, checking out old buildings with dark pasts. Nothing serious, just a hobby that gives me an excuse to take weekend trips. I'd read about Hot Lake Hotel in Oregon for years, but never made the trip until last month. For those who don't know, this place sits at the foot of a massive wharf in Union County, Oregon, right next to these natural thermal springs. The Native Americans, the Nez Perce tribe, called the lake Ikeshbar and thought the waters had healing powers. They considered the whole area sacred and neutral ground where fighting between tribes was forbidden. I arrived around 3 in the afternoon on a Friday. The drive there was beautiful, rolling hills, mountains in the distance, that kind of thing. But as I got closer to the hotel, something felt off. The building itself is this massive brick structure, and even though it's been renovated and now operates as a bed and breakfast, it still has this heavy presence. It's hard to explain, but it was like the building was watching me pull into the parking lot. The woman at the front desk was super nice, but I noticed she got a little stiff when I mentioned I was interested in the building's history and its reputation for being haunted. She gave me this practiced smile and said, "We prefer to focus on the hotel's restoration and its current amenities." Fair enough, I guess, but it felt like she was giving me a scripted response. My room was on the second floor, nicely renovated but still keeping that early 1900s vibe. High ceilings, vintage fixtures, antique furniture. The place was immaculate, I'll give them that. My window overlooked the hot springs, and I could see steam rising from the water, even though it was a warm day. I spent the afternoon exploring the hotel's first and second floors. They've got this little museum area with old photos and artifacts from when the place was the Hot Lake Sanatorium. There were pictures of Dr. W.T. Fye, who turned the hotel into this famous hospital back in 1917. In the photos, he looked stern but professional, exactly what you'd expect from a doctor of that era. Nothing in his expression hinted at what I'd later read about him seducing patients and treating his staff like garbage. One thing that struck me was how the original wooden structure was built facing away from the lake. The woman working in the museum explained that Samuel Fitzgerald Newhart, who built the first structure in 1864, positioned it that way to avoid the constant steam and sulfur smell from the springs. Made sense, but still seemed like a weird choice, given how beautiful the view was. I had dinner in their restaurant, which was pretty good, and then went back to my room around 8 to read more about the hotel's history on my laptop. That's when I first noticed the temperature drop. It wasn't subtle. It went from comfortable to freezing in maybe 10 seconds. I checked the thermostat, which showed the heat was on, but the room stayed ice cold. I figured it was just some quirk of the heating system in an old building and put on a sweater. But then I started hearing this faint tapping sound, like someone drumming their fingers on wood. At first I thought it was coming from the room next door, but after a few minutes I realized it was coming from inside my own room, specifically from the antique desk in the corner. I got up to investigate, and the tapping stopped immediately. I touched the desk, and it was ice cold, way colder than it should have been, even with the room temperature dropping. I'm not easily spooked, but that got to me. I decided to take a walk around the hotel to clear my head. The hallways were dimly lit and eerily quiet. It was only around 9, but it seemed like most guests were already in their rooms. As I walked down the second-floor corridor, I swear I could hear whispers coming from behind closed doors. Not normal conversation, but urgent, hushed tones that stopped whenever I paused to listen. I made my way down to the first floor and wandered toward what I later learned was the old ballroom. The door was partially open, and though the room was dark, I could see moonlight streaming through the tall windows. Something made me stop before entering, a feeling of being watched. I peered into the darkness and thought I saw the silhouette of a man standing in the corner, holding what looked like a gardening tool. When I blinked, the figure was gone. My heart was racing, but I told myself it was just my imagination working overtime because of all the ghost stories I'd read about the place. I decided to head back to my room, but on the way, I noticed a staircase leading up to the 3rd floor. There was a rope across it with a sign saying "Staff Only," but curiosity got the better of me. I glanced around, saw no one, and slipped past the rope. The atmosphere changed instantly as I climbed those stairs. The air felt heavier, and the temperature dropped again. The 3rd floor hadn't been renovated like the rest of the hotel. The hallway was dimly lit with just a few bare bulbs, and there was old hospital equipment lining the walls, gurneys, wheelchairs, and what looked like outdated medical machinery. Then I noticed the signs on the walls, faded, yellowed paper with handwritten messages like "Keep your voices low" and "Be sweet." A chill ran down my spine as I realized these were probably from when part of the building served as an insane asylum. I walked slowly down the hallway, feeling increasingly uneasy. Most of the doors were closed, but one stood slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I pushed it open. Inside was what looked like an old operating theatre, a central table surrounded by viewing areas. Everything was covered in a layer of dust, except for one chair that looked freshly used, with what appeared to be fingerprints on the armrests. As I stood there, I heard what sounded like a piano playing somewhere down the hall. Just a few notes, slow and deliberate. Then it stopped. I told myself it was probably just another guest in a common area downstairs, the sound carrying strangely through the old building. I decided I'd seen enough and turned to leave, but as I reached the doorway, I heard a sound behind me, the unmistakable squeak of a chair moving across the floor. I spun around to see that same chair, the one with the fingerprints, now pulled out from the wall about 3 feet. Nobody else was in the room. I'll admit it, I ran. sprinted down that hallway and nearly fell down the stairs in my hurry to get back to the second floor. I didn't stop until I reached my room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use my key card. Once inside, I sat on the edge of the bed trying to calm down. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe the chair was on an uneven floor, or perhaps a draft had somehow moved it. I was about to take a hot shower to calm my nerves when I noticed something on the desk that hadn't been there before. A small, folded piece of yellowed paper. I approached cautiously and unfolded it. Written in faded ink were the words, "The waters heal, but not everyone wants to be healed." That was it. I started throwing my things into my bag, ready to check out and drive through the night if necessary. But as I was packing, the bathroom door slammed shut. I froze, staring at the closed door. Then the shower turned on by itself, steam billowing out from under the door. I grabbed my bag and headed for the room door, but the handle wouldn't turn. I pulled, twisted and yanked, but it was like something was holding it from the other side. The room temperature plummeted again, and my breath came out in visible puffs. That's when I heard it, a whisper right next to my ear. "You shouldn't be here." It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The voice came again. "This is my sanatorium. My patients need rest." I managed to turn around, and for a split second I saw him, an older man in early 20th century doctor's clothing, with piercing eyes and a stern expression. Dr. Phi, I presumed, exactly as he looked in those old photographs downstairs, but somehow more solid than a ghost should be. Then he vanished. The door suddenly released, and I practically fell into the hallway. I ran downstairs to the front desk, where the night manager looked alarmed at my state. I rambled something about an emergency and needing to leave immediately. He didn't ask questions, just processed my checkout while giving me concerned looks. As I was leaving, he said something that still haunts me. "Room 217, right? That used to be Dr. Phi's office." I hadn't told him my room number. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I was 3 hours away. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I fell asleep and dreamed it. Maybe the hotel staff were playing an elaborate prank on the guy who asked too many questions about ghosts. But I know what I experienced was real. The thing that bothers me most isn't seeing the apparition or the moving objects. It's that folded note. I still have it. I half expected it to disappear once I left the hotel, like something from a movie. But it's still in my wallet. The paper is genuinely old, and the handwriting doesn't match any samples of Dr. Phi's that I could find online afterward. So who wrote it, and why was I specifically warned that not everyone wants to be healed? I keep thinking about the hotel's history, how it was this pioneering medical facility using the geothermal waters for treatment. Were some patients there against their will? Did something happen in those thermal springs that the history books don't mention? I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night, and a yellowing piece of paper that reminds me some places hold on to their past more tightly than others. I won't be going back to Hot Lake Hotel, but sometimes I swear I can still hear that faint piano music when my house gets too quiet. Story 21. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. It's not easy to put into words something that's been following me my entire life. I guess I should start by saying that I don't believe in coincidences anymore, not after what my family and I have experienced. I think my family is haunted, not our houses, us. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I was about 6 years old in our first home. I was playing in my bedroom when I saw a girl crawl under my bed. I remember freezing in place, my toy dinosaur still clutched in my hand. I wasn't scared at first, just confused. I thought maybe one of the neighborhood kids had somehow gotten into our house and was playing hide and seek. I bent down to look under the bed, but there was nothing there except for some dusty storage boxes. I told my mum about it later that day, and she just smiled and said it was probably my imagination. But I knew what I saw. The girl had been so real, wearing a faded blue dress, her hair in messy pigtails. I could even hear the sound of her hands and knees against the carpet as she crawled. That was just the beginning. A few months later, I was in the hallway when I saw an old man standing by the bathroom door. He was wearing faded overalls and had this really weathered face with deep wrinkles. When he noticed me staring, he put his finger to his lips and shushed me. I ran to my parents' room, crying and trying to explain that there was a stranger in our house. My dad grabbed a baseball bat and searched every room, but found nothing. My parents thought I was having nightmares while sleepwalking. I wasn't. Things escalated gradually. Our phone would ring in the middle of the night, and the caller ID would show my grandma's number. My mum would answer, frantic because my grandma was elderly and lived alone. But all we'd hear was static. This horrible crackling static that sometimes sounded like whispering. The next day, my grandma would have no idea what we were talking about. She hadn't called. We lived in that house until I was 9, and these strange occurrences happened maybe once every few months, enough to be unsettling, but not enough for my parents to really take it seriously. They always found ways to explain it away. The girl under the bed was a dream. The old man was a shadow playing tricks on my eyes. The phone calls were just some weird technical glitch. When we moved to our second house, I thought things might get better. They got worse. The new house was bigger, older, with this long hallway connecting all the bedrooms. I started waking up every night around 3 in the morning, not just stirring awake, but jolting up in bed like someone had shouted in my ear, because someone had. A man's voice, gruff and impatient, telling me to wake up, clear as day. But when I'd look around my room, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, there was never anyone there. I started sleeping with the lights on, but that didn't help with the dreams. God, the dreams. They weren't like normal nightmares. They felt real, like I was actually having conversations with this entity. He always appeared the same way, a heavy-set man without a face, just smooth, blank skin where his features should have been. But somehow I always knew when he was smiling or frowning or looking at me with what should have been eyes. He told me his name was Mark. Mark would tell me stories about my family, specific things that happened before I was born. He'd tell me about arguments my parents had when they were newlyweds, about how my oldest brother broke his arm when he was 4, 2 years before I was born, about the trailer park they lived in when my mum was pregnant with my middle brother. Details so specific that when I'd casually bring them up at breakfast, my mum would go completely still and ask me how I knew about that. I'd tell her about Mark, and she'd change the subject. The shadow people started appearing about 6 months after we moved in. They weren't like the girl under the bed, or the old man in overalls. They weren't solid or human-like. They were just darkness, shaped vaguely like people. They'd linger in corners or move along the walls, always in my peripheral vision. When I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone, but I could feel them watching me. My sister's room was across the hall from mine. One morning, she came to breakfast looking like she hadn't slept all night. When my mum asked what was wrong, she described seeing a woman standing in her doorway the night before, just peering in at her from the hallway. The woman had long dark hair and was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress. My sister said she pulled the covers over her head, and when she finally got the courage to look again, the woman was gone. I dropped my spoon into my cereal bowl. A week earlier, I had seen the exact same woman looking into my room. We hadn't discussed it with each other. That's when I started to think that whatever was happening wasn't tied to our house. It was following us. The breaking point came when I was 13. I was home alone after school one day, working on homework in the kitchen. I heard footsteps upstairs, heavy, deliberate steps going from my parents' bedroom to the bathroom. I called out, thinking maybe my dad had come home early from work. No answer. The footsteps continued, now moving toward the stairs. I grabbed the phone, ready to call my mom, when I heard a woman's voice whisper my name right next to my ear. I ran out of the house and waited on the front lawn until my mom got home. I refused to go back inside alone. That night, I overheard my parents talking in hushed voices in their bedroom. My mom was crying, saying she couldn't keep pretending nothing was happening. My dad, always the rational one, was suggesting maybe we all needed therapy, that maybe there was some kind of shared family anxiety manifesting in these experiences. The next day, my mum sat me down and finally told me the truth. Mark was real. He had lived in the trailer park where my parents had their first home before I was born. He was a heavy-set man who used to sit outside his trailer and tell stories to anyone who would listen. He'd been particularly friendly with my mom when she was pregnant with my middle brother. Mark died of a heart attack a year before I was born. She'd kept this from me because she was terrified. How could I possibly know about someone who died before I existed? We moved again when I was 16 to an apartment in a different city. The activity slowed down for a while, but it never completely stopped. I'd still occasionally wake up to find what looked like eyes watching me from the darkest corner of my room. Not human eyes, more like points of awareness in the darkness. My sister moved out when she turned 18, and she says whatever was following our family seems to have stayed with the rest of us. She hasn't experienced anything in her new place. I envy her. When I was 20, I met my fiancée. I never told her about any of this. I was afraid she'd think I was crazy. But about 6 months into our relationship, she stayed over at my parents' place with me during a holiday weekend. The next morning, she asked me if my mom often walked around at night. I asked her what she meant, and she said she'd woken up around 2 in the morning and seen what she thought was my mum standing in the doorway of my bedroom, wearing a white nightgown. She'd only seen her from behind, a woman with dark hair in a white nightgown, just standing there for several minutes before moving away down the hall. My blood went cold. My mum doesn't own a white nightgown. She never has. What my fiancé described matched exactly what others had reported seeing in our homes over the years, the back of a woman in a white nightgown moving through the house. I finally told her everything. She believed me, which was both a relief and somehow made it all more terrifying, because now it wasn't just in my head. Other people could see them too. I'm 26 now, and these entities or spirits or whatever they are still show up occasionally. I've learned to live with them, in a way. They've never physically harmed anyone in my family, but the psychological toll has been immense. I've had countless sleepless nights, anxiety attacks, periods where I question my own sanity. I've tried everything: religious blessings, meditation, therapy. Nothing gets rid of them permanently. Sometimes I wonder if they were attached to someone in my family generations ago and have just been passed down like some kind of supernatural inheritance. Other times I think maybe we're just more sensitive to whatever exists on the other side of the veil between worlds. All I know for certain is that they're still with us. Last week I was doing dishes and caught a reflection in the window above the sink. The old man in overalls, standing right behind me. When I turned around, there was nothing there. They've always been with us. I think they always will be. Story 22. I still get sick to my stomach when I think about what happened. It's been 3 years now, but that image won't leave my head. I guess that's what happens when you witness something like that. It just burns itself into your brain and refuses to fade. My husband and I live pretty deep in the Ozarks in Douglas County. It's the kind of place where your nearest neighbor might be a mile or more away, and you can go days without seeing another soul if you want to. Most of the time, we love the peace and quiet. The woods are beautiful, especially in fall when the leaves change. You don't get that constant noise of the city. The stars at night are incredible. But after what happened, all those things I used to love about living out here now just remind me of how isolated we really are. It was a Wednesday afternoon in late October. We'd driven into Ava to pick up some supplies, groceries, feed for the chickens, that sort of thing. Nothing special, just a normal day running errands. We were headed back home around 4:30 and the sun was already starting to sink low. You know how it gets in fall. The days just seem to shrink away faster than you expect. The road from Ava to our place is this narrow, twisty thing that winds through dense forest for miles. There are spots where the trees create this tunnel effect and the sunlight barely filters through. My husband was driving our old Subaru and we were chatting about nothing important, probably what we were going to have for dinner or some project around the house. We were about 5 miles from home when we saw it. This beat-up F-150 pulled off near one of the old logging turnouts. The truck was a mess, rusty with mismatched doors, like it had been pieced together from different vehicles. No license plates, which isn't that uncommon around here, but something about it immediately put me on edge. As we got closer, I noticed a man standing at the edge of the trees. He was average height, maybe in his 40s, wearing a dirty baseball cap and a heavy coat that seemed too warm for the day. But what made my blood run cold was what he had slung over his shoulder. It was something wrapped in a blue tarp, and the shape was just wrong. I've lived in hunting country my whole life. I know what a deer looks like when it's being carried. This wasn't that. The shape was all wrong. Too long, I don't know how to describe it except to say it looked human-sized. The man turned when our car approached, and he just froze. He stared at us as we drove by, and I made the mistake of making eye contact with him. His eyes were hard and unreadable. No emotion at all, just this flat, dead stare that seemed to look right through me. My husband slowed down instinctively, and I grabbed his arm and whispered, "Don't stop. Keep driving." He must have heard the fear in my voice because he sped up without asking why. Once we were around the bend and out of sight, I turned to look at him and could see his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "You saw that too, right?" I asked. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That didn't look like a deer." "And no plates on the truck," I added. We drove in silence for another mile or so, both of us trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe he was just moving something weird-shaped from one place to another, but deep down, we both knew something was very wrong. "We need to call someone," I finally said. My husband nodded, but out here, cell service is spotty at best. We kept driving, watching the signal bars on our phones. It took another 10 minutes before we got even a single bar of service. We pulled over immediately, and I dialed the sheriff's department with shaking hands. The dispatcher was someone I recognized from town. Not unusual in a place this small. I told her what we'd seen, trying to sound calm and rational even though my heart was racing. I described the truck, the man, the location as precisely as I could, the wrapped shape on his shoulder, how something just felt deeply wrong about the whole scene. She took it seriously, thank God. Said she'd send deputies out right away. We decided to wait where we were, where we had service, in case they needed to call us back with questions. We sat in the car for what felt like forever, barely talking. My husband kept checking the rearview mirror like he was afraid the truck might come up behind us. I kept replaying the image of the man's eyes in my head, that empty stare. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang. It was the sheriff's department asking if we could come back to the spot where we'd seen the truck to verify the location for the deputies. My stomach dropped at the thought, but we agreed. We turned around and drove back, but we didn't get all the way there. About half a mile from the turnout, we encountered 2 sheriff's vehicles with lights flashing, blocking the road. A deputy waved us down, and we explained who we were. He told us to wait in our car while they handled the situation. Through the trees, we could see more police lights flashing at the turnout where the truck had been. We waited for over an hour as the sky grew dark. Eventually, a different deputy came over to our car. His face was grim, and I knew instantly that whatever they'd found was bad. He asked us to follow him to the station in Ava to give our statements. At the station, they separated us into different rooms. The deputy who interviewed me was a woman I'd seen around town but didn't know personally. She asked me to go through everything again, every detail I could remember. Then she told me what they'd found. When the deputies arrived at the turnout, the man was in the process of dragging a woman's body deeper into the woods. She was partially wrapped in a blanket, not a tarp like I'd thought, and her body was already stiffening. Her face had been... The deputy hesitated here, severely beaten with a blunt object. They believed she'd been dead for at least 12 hours. I felt sick. If we'd been just a few minutes later driving by, he might have finished hiding her body. If we hadn't called, who knows how long it would have been before someone found her. If they ever did, they identified the man pretty quickly. He had a long criminal record, including multiple assault charges. And the woman, God, the woman had been reported missing by her sister just the day before. She'd lived in a small town about 40 miles away. We learned later that the woman had met him online. Their first date had apparently gone wrong in the worst possible way. The sheriff told us they found her car hidden further back on the logging road. They think he killed her somewhere else and was in the process of disposing of her body when we drove by. We gave our statements, signed the papers, and went home. The whole drive back I kept seeing the man's face, those cold eyes, and I kept thinking about that poor woman, how terrified she must have been in her final moments. That night, neither of us could sleep. Every creak of the house, every sound from the woods outside made me jump. We'd always felt safe out here before, isolated but secure in our little bubble away from the world. Now I was acutely aware of just how vulnerable we really were. The man was arrested, of course. There was so much evidence they didn't even need our testimony for the grand jury. He's in prison now, serving a life sentence. But that's not the end of it for us. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what happened. It's the fear of what might happen in the future. What if he gets out somehow? What if he has friends? Our names were in the police reports. In a county this small, people talk. What if he knows who we are, where we live? What if he blames us? My husband doesn't go outside after dark anymore, not even to the shed. He carries a rifle everywhere on our property. We installed security cameras, motion lights, better locks, but none of it feels like enough, not when you live miles from your nearest neighbor, not when help is at least 20 minutes away if something happens. I find myself watching every unfamiliar vehicle that drives past our place. I memorize license plates. I keep a gun in my nightstand now, something I never thought I'd do. Sometimes I think we should move, just sell the place and go somewhere more populated. But this is our home. We've put everything we have into it, and logically, I know the chances of him ever coming after us are slim. But logic doesn't help much at 3 in the morning when you hear a branch snap outside your window. The worst part is knowing that if someone did come for us out here, it would happen silently and unannounced. By the time we realize something was wrong, it might already be too late. That's the thought I can't shake. I still wonder what would have happened if we'd driven by just a few minutes earlier or later. If we hadn't seen him, if we hadn't called, would that woman's family ever have known what happened to her? Or would she have just been another missing person, another unsolved case? I try to take some comfort in knowing we did the right thing. That family has closure at least, and a dangerous man is off the streets. But that comfort feels pretty thin in the middle of the night when the wind makes the trees scrape against our roof and I lie awake, listening for footsteps that aren't there. I don't think I'll ever forget the image of that man by the side of the road, the shape slung over his shoulder, and those cold, dead eyes staring at me as we drove past. Some things just stay with you, no matter how much time passes, and some fears never really go away. Story 23. I still have trouble talking about what happened that summer in 2012. I was working 2 jobs back then. Night shifts at the local gas station and afternoons at the community center. I was exhausted all the time, running on energy drinks and whatever sleep I could squeeze in between shifts. Maybe that's why I questioned what I heard at first. It was mid-July, one of those brutally hot days where the air conditioning in the community center was struggling to keep up. I'd just finished my night shift at the gas station around 7 in the morning. caught a few hours of sleep at home, and then dragged myself to the community center for my afternoon shift. Around 4 o'clock, when most of the staff was wrapping up for the day, the director caught me in the hallway. "Hey, before you leave today, could you help sort through some of the old sports equipment in the gym? It's been piling up for months, and we need to figure out what to keep and what to donate." I nodded, even though all I wanted to do was go home and crash. The gym wasn't being used that evening. No summer basketball camps, no classes, nothing scheduled. So after everyone left, I headed over there alone. The community center gym was this massive space built in the 80s, high ceilings, those old-style fluorescent lights that buzz constantly, and wooden bleachers that folded out from the wall. When I pushed through the double doors, only half the lights were on, casting these weird shadows across the polished floor. There's something about an empty gym that always feels off to me. It's too quiet, but somehow too loud at the same time, like the space itself is breathing. I started pulling out the storage bins from the equipment closet, dragging them to center court. The sound of plastic scraping against the wooden floor echoed through the entire space. I had my earbuds with me, but decided against using them. Something about being alone in that big, empty space made me want to stay alert. I'd been sorting through jerseys and deflated basketballs for maybe 20 minutes when I first heard it. At first, I thought someone had come in through the side entrance. It sounded like voices, a man and a woman talking, their words indistinct, but the rhythm unmistakable. The tone was casual, like they were just having a normal conversation. I looked up toward the bleachers, where the sound seemed to be coming from, expecting to see the janitor and maybe his wife, who sometimes helped him. But there was nobody there. The bleachers were completely empty, folded up against the wall. I shook my head, thinking maybe I was hearing things from the adjacent hallway. Sound carries weirdly in that building, always has. So I went back to sorting, separating usable equipment from the stuff that needed to be tossed, but the voices didn't stop. If anything, they became more distinct, still not clear enough to make out specific words, but definitely two people talking, their voices rising and falling like any normal conversation. Sometimes one would speak longer, then the other would respond. It wasn't threatening or scary, just a regular conversation happening in an empty room. I stood up straight, feeling a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. "Hello?" I called out, my voice bouncing off the walls. "Anybody there?" No response, just those same indistinct voices continuing, unbothered by my interruption. I deliberately dropped a basketball, letting it bounce loudly across the floor. The sound echoed throughout the gym, but the voices continued as if they hadn't heard a thing. Something weird about those voices. They didn't get louder when I walked toward the bleachers, and they didn't get softer when I moved away. It was like they existed at a fixed volume, regardless of where I was in the gym. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I decided to check if maybe someone was in the locker rooms. I walked over and pushed open the door, calling out again. The locker room was completely empty, just rows of lockers and the dripping of a faucet someone hadn't fully turned off. I checked the women's locker room too, knocking first, of course. But it was also deserted. When I came back into the gym, the voices were still there, and that's when I felt it. This heavy pressure in my chest, like someone was sitting on it. Not painful, but definitely uncomfortable. It was a feeling I'd had before in that very same gym, years earlier. I was in high school then, staying late for basketball practice. We were running drills when I saw something dart across the far end of the court. It was small, like a child, but moving incredibly fast, too fast to be normal. I remember stopping mid-dribble, the ball bouncing away as I stared at the spot where I'd seen the movement. My teammate Jake came up behind me. "You see the shadow kid too?" he'd asked, and we'd laughed it off like it was nothing. But neither of us went to retrieve the ball that had rolled to that end of the court. Coach made us both run extra laps for daydreaming during practice. Standing there in 2012, Listening to those disembodied voices, that same feeling washed over me, that I was intruding somewhere I shouldn't be, like when you walk into a room where people are having a private conversation and everyone suddenly goes quiet, except in this case, the conversation kept going, and I was the one who felt out of place. The pressure in my chest intensified, and the voices seemed to pick up pace slightly, still conversational, still calm, but faster, like they were discussing something more important now. I couldn't shake the feeling that they knew I was there and were talking about me. I tried to rationalize it. Old pipes in the walls, the ventilation system carrying sounds from another part of the building, my own exhausted brain playing tricks on me after too many night shifts. But none of those explanations felt right. The voices had a quality to them that was too human. I decided I'd had enough. I half-heartedly shoved the equipment back into the bins, not even bothering to finish the sorting job. My heart was pounding, and I just wanted to get out of there. As I was zipping up my bag, the overhead lights flickered briefly, just once, like someone had flipped the switch for a split second. That was it for me. I grabbed my stuff and practically ran to the door. As I pushed it open, I swear the voices got slightly louder for just a moment, then returned to their normal volume, like they were acknowledging my departure. The next day, I ran into Martin, the janitor who'd been working at the community center for decades. I casually asked if he'd been in the gym yesterday evening with anyone. He shook his head slowly. Nope, didn't go in there at all yesterday. I hesitated, then decided to just ask. Did you ever hear anything strange in there, like voices when nobody's around? Martin didn't even look surprised by the question. He just nodded and said, "That place talks sometimes," like he was telling me the weather forecast. Then he walked away, pushing his cleaning cart, leaving me standing there with my mouth half open. I asked a few of the other long-time staff members about it in the following weeks. Most of them brushed it off, or looked uncomfortable and changed the subject, but one older woman who taught aerobics classes looked me straight in the eye and said, "That gym was built on the site of the old town hall. There was a fire there in the 50s. People died." I don't know if that's true. I never bothered to look it up. Part of me doesn't want to know. I worked at the community center for another 6 months after that, but I always made sure I wasn't alone in the gym. I'd find excuses to leave early if it looked like I might be the last one there. Or I'd ask someone to wait for me if I needed to grab something from inside. Sometimes, even now, when I'm really tired or just waking up, I can still hear the cadence of those voices in my head, that rise and fall of a conversation I couldn't quite understand, but somehow felt excluded from. I've tried to come up with logical explanations over the years. Maybe there was a radio left on somewhere I couldn't find. Maybe it was some kind of acoustic anomaly that was carrying sounds from outside the building. Maybe I was just so exhausted from working double shifts that my brain was filling in gaps with imagined sounds. But none of those explanations account for that feeling in my chest, that heavy pressure that felt like a warning, or why Martin seemed so unfazed by my question, like it was the most normal thing in the world for an empty gym to talk. I don't work at either place anymore, but I still live in town. I drive past the community center almost every day. Sometimes, when I'm stopped at the red light in front, I look at that building and wonder if there's someone in the gym right now, sorting equipment or practicing layups, hearing those same conversational voices that I heard. And I wonder if they feel that same pressure in their chest, telling them they've wandered into a space where they're not the only ones present, even when they appear to be completely alone. Story 24. I've been carrying this around for 23 years now. I've never really talked about it with anyone except my therapist, who thought it might be some kind of childhood trauma response. But I know what I saw that night outside Smithland, and I still can't explain it. I was 8 years old. We'd spent the day at my grandparents' horse farm, about 30 minutes outside of town. It was one of those perfect Midwestern summer days, the kind where you spend hours outside until your clothes are stained with grass, and your face is sticky with popsicle juice. My grandpa had let me help brush down the horses and even sit on top of his oldest mare for a while. I remember feeling so grown up, like I was actually helping rather than just being a kid they had to watch. We stayed longer than planned. My mum kept saying, we really should get going, but then she'd get caught up in another conversation with Grandma about someone from church or a cousin I barely knew. My dad was helping Grandpa with some equipment in the barn and didn't seem to be in any hurry either. By the time we actually got in the car, the sun was already setting. The drive back was peaceful at first. I was in the back seat, tired, but still too wired to sleep. My parents were talking quietly in the front, something about bills or work, adult stuff I didn't care about. The moon was incredibly bright that night. It was full or close to it, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. You could see everything outside, all the cornfields and farmhouses lit up in this weird bluish glow. I remember thinking it looked like daytime, just with all the colors washed out. We were on one of those long, straight country roads that cut through farmland. County Road E54, I think. There were no streetlights out there, just the occasional porch light from a farmhouse set back from the road. Our headlights cut through the darkness ahead. But because of the moon, you could see pretty far in all directions. I was looking out the window, watching the fence posts whip by, counting them in my head to pass the time. We were maybe 15 minutes from home when we passed by a livestock pen. It wasn't anything special, just a square pen with wooden fencing, the kind farmers use for cattle or horses. It was empty, or at least it was supposed to be. That's when I saw him. In the center of the pen stood a man. He was completely motionless, facing the road. He wore a long black trench coat that reached almost to his ankles, black clothes underneath, and a black cowboy hat pulled low on his head. The moonlight should have illuminated his face, but somehow it remained in shadow under the brim of that hat. What struck me most was how still he was, not like someone waiting or watching, more like a statue. His arms hung straight down at his sides. He didn't turn his head as our car approached or passed. He didn't move at all, but I felt him watching me. I know how that sounds, but I swear I could feel his eyes tracking our car, tracking me specifically as we drove by. It was like being doused in ice water. I remember goosebumps erupting all over my arms and a sick feeling rising in my stomach. "Dad," I said, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. "Dad, there's a man in that pen." My dad glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "What's that, buddy?" "There's a man standing in that pen we just passed, in a black cowboy hat." My mom turned around in her seat. "Where, honey?" I twisted in my seatbelt to look back through the rear window. The pen was still visible in the moonlight, maybe 100 yards behind us now. But the man was gone. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I just couldn't see him from this angle, but the pen was completely empty. There was nowhere he could have gone. The nearest building was a good distance away, and the surrounding land was open field, bright enough in the moonlight that I would have seen someone running. "He's not there anymore," I said, my voice shaking a little. "Probably just a scarecrow," my dad said, clearly not concerned. "Or maybe a shadow from the fence posts." "It wasn't a scarecrow," I insisted. "It was a man. He was wearing a black coat and a cowboy hat. He was looking right at me." My parents exchanged one of those looks they thought I didn't notice. The kids and their imaginations look. "Well, he's not there now," my mom said gently. "Maybe you're just tired, honey. We'll be home soon." I stopped arguing, but I kept looking back until the pen disappeared from view. I knew what I'd seen. It wasn't a scarecrow, or a shadow, or my imagination. It was a man. And somehow, in the seconds it took me to alert my parents, he had completely vanished. The rest of the ride home is a blur in my memory. I remember sitting stiff in my seat, afraid to look out the window again. When we got home, I ran inside and went straight to my room. I remember sleeping with my desk lamp on that night, something I hadn't done in years. The next morning, I tried to tell my parents again, but they just nodded and changed the subject. After a while, I stopped bringing it up, but I never stopped thinking about it. As the years went by, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it had been a farmer checking his livestock at night. Maybe there was a perfectly normal explanation for why he'd been standing so still, why he was dressed all in black, why he disappeared so quickly. But every explanation I came up with felt hollow. What bothers me most, even now, is the feeling I had when I saw him, that he was looking at me specifically, not at our car, not at my parents, but at me, like he was waiting for me to notice him. And that stillness, people don't stand that still. It wasn't natural. I'm 31 now. I've been back to my grandparents' farm many times since then. I even made a point of driving that same stretch of road during a full moon when I was in college, hoping to see him again and prove to myself it was just some ordinary thing I'd misunderstood as a child. I didn't see him that night, or any night since, but I still get this creeping feeling on the back of my neck whenever I'm driving on a rural road after dark. I still find myself scanning the fields and livestock pens I pass, half expecting to see that motionless figure in black. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen him. I've searched online for similar sightings in rural Iowa, or anywhere in the Midwest, really. There are plenty of ghost stories, of course. Every small town has them, but I've never found anything that matches what I saw. My grandparents sold their farm when I was in high school and moved to Arizona for my grandma's arthritis. I don't know who owns that livestock pen now, or if it's even still there. I've thought about going back, knocking on doors, asking if anyone else has seen the man in black. But what would I say? Hey, I'm looking for a motionless cowboy who can vanish into thin air. I'd sound crazy. I've told myself it was just a childhood fantasy that became more real in my memory over time. That's what my therapist suggested when I finally told her about it 3 years ago. She said children often misinterpret what they see, especially at night, and that the memory had probably been distorted over the years. Maybe she's right. Maybe that's all it was. But here's the thing. I can still see him perfectly in my mind, not a vague impression or a hazy memory, but crystal clear. The black coat hanging perfectly still despite the summer breeze, the hat pulled low, the way he stood with his feet slightly apart, the absolute stillness of him. It's burned into my brain like a photograph, and that feeling of being watched, of being seen by something that shouldn't be there, that doesn't fade either. I still live in Iowa, about 2 hours from Smithland now. I've got a decent job in IT, a small apartment, a fairly normal life, but I don't drive rural roads at night if I can help it. I make excuses to leave gatherings early if it means driving back in daylight. My friends think I'm just not a night person. Last month I was driving back from a conference in Sioux City. I'd stayed later than I meant to, and it was fully dark by the time I hit the highway. About halfway home, my GPS rerouted me because of an accident on the interstate. Before I knew it, I was on a county road a lot like the one from that night. It was a clear night with a bright moon. The fields stretched out on either side of me, silvery in the moonlight. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white, my eyes darting from one side of the road to the other. Every fence post, every distant silo, every shadow made my heart race. I didn't see him that night, but as I passed a small livestock pen, empty in the moonlight, I could have sworn I felt eyes on me, just for a second. Just long enough to make me floor the accelerator and not ease up until I hit the next town. I don't know what I saw when I was 8 years old. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that somewhere out there, in the rural darkness of western Iowa, there's a man in a black cowboy hat who can stand unnaturally still and vanish in an instant. And somehow, I feel like he's still watching, still waiting. I wonder sometimes if I'll see him again. Part of me hopes I never do. But another part, the part that still lies awake on moonlit nights, knows it's only a matter of time. Because whatever that thing was, it saw me. And I have this terrible feeling It hasn't forgotten me.